There's my pen. All right, we might be live here. Always takes a minute for my my computer to recognize that the stream has started. Oh, it's kind of a weird angle, kind of dark. I'm still getting used to this, fellas, but what I'm going to start with today, we are going to be building a new setup to make radiative cooling fabric. All right, I see that I am now live on the computer here. Move the camera up a little bit for all of you. So this is Patreon live stream number 5, and thanks all of you for jumping on short notice. I know some of you really have a hard time doing that, especially on a Monday, but I try to keep my work to the weekdays when I'm doing stuff myself. So this is kind of when I'm going to be doing these streams pretty often. I'm actually going to try to get some work done today during this stream, building some new equipment for making radiative cooling fibers. I don't know how many of you saw my community post on YouTube where I actually did come up with a good method to make cooling fabric, not just fibers, but actual fabric. I think I have that in the workshop here. One second, let me grab the sample so I can show you all. Oh, what did I do here? There we go. So, in my previous video, when I was making, first of all, let me know if the audio is good. I assume it's all right. I have a secondary mic up here, and I might disconnect and just use the phone audio at some points if I have to move the camera around during the live stream. But anyway, so if you saw my community post on YouTube showing off this stuff, this is some sky cooling fabric made from PLA. I'm not totally sure about how effective this is at radiative cooling if it can get to subambient, but it's a good enough result in its physical attributes in terms of being fabric-like that this is definitely worth playing with to make more fabric in this style. And if it doesn't quite get down to subambient temperatures, I'll just, adjust the recipe or whatever. At least at that point, I'll have developed a way to, whatever recipe I come up with, I can turn it into a fabric like this. So this is made from PLA. I made this in a way that many of you suggested in the comments of my last video, which is something that I thought about myself as I was playing with the cotton candy machine, making the cooling fibers. I was really trying to make the fabric previously by melting the material inside the cotton candy machine using heat and having that fly out like molten sugar from the cotton candy machine, so that we wouldn't have to use a solvent in the end, since a solvent adds additional cost. A lot of you suggested just throwing the wet mixture of molten PLA, not molten, but dissolved PLA into the cotton candy machine and just letting it spin without any heat and having that throw out fibers. And I did think of that, but it was an experiment that I didn't have time to do in the video itself, because every time I used the cotton candy machine, I would have to deeply clean it, especially when I was burning stuff in there. And, if you saw that video, it was 90 minutes long. That was about 40 hours of footage before editing it down. I was not ready to go another 5-6 hours just to do another experiment, putting the dissolved plastic into the cotton candy machine. If that was going to work, I was going to make it into another video at that point. It was just too long already. So that's exactly what's happening right now. I made this fabric not in the cotton candy machine, but I sort of made a cotton candy machine myself from a fan. I found some great videos on YouTube about people making fake spider webs for Halloween using rubber cement attached to a fan, and the rubber cement kind of flings out into the airstream from the fan and blows out onto your bushes and stuff. Kind of not the best practice, I don't think, like environmentally, to just blow a bunch of rubber cement into your bushes. But it turned out to be a great method for making fibers and eventually fabric like this. The problem is that my PLA mixture that I used to make this fabric requires an elevated temperature of about maybe 100 degrees Fahrenheit to stay liquid. And so the weather's kind of cooled off here in Michigan recently, and that's caused it to, it's caused my liquid plastic to actually freeze up in my setup, and it hasn't been working since the temperature dropped. I haven't been able to recreate this fabric in as nice of a state as this first sample. And so what I want to build today is a setup that will fling out my liquid PLA and solvent solution into a airstream from this fan, and I want to modify it with a secondary inlet from either a hairdryer or a heat gun. So we get a heated airstream that will actually heat the injection point of the plastic solution so that we end up with a plastic solution that is at a warm enough temperature once it hits the ejection ports where it flings out into the air and is blown out as fabric. So let me bring you in a little bit closer, and I'll kind of draw out what I want to do here. Oh, that's nicer lighting when the sun goes behind the clouds. I'm using my phone, of course, as usual for these live streams. I don't have any more advanced streaming setup than that, and so apologies if you know, I can only use auto exposure settings and stuff, and so I'll appear dark if the background behind me is very bright. Just bring you in closer so that I can draw something out here. All right, so what we're looking at is this fan right here is going to go into an elbow, a large 6-inch ventilation elbow, and that will be the primary air supply for my fiber blower. So we'll end up with, let's put the fan right here. I'll just make it a box. This is not going to be very artistic. The airflow is going to go out this way, if you guys can see that. And I'll hold this up closer when we get more complicated. So the air is going to be coming this way, and it's going to go into an elbow. I just realized I should make this bigger so that it's easier to see. So I'm going to make this elbow giant, not to scale. Here's our elbow. You know what, I'll make it even bigger. It's going to be out here because I need to draw some things inside this giant trumpet-shaped elbow there. And then in the back of this, we're going to have a tube coming through. And this tube is going to be hollow. Now, I want this to be hollow because this is where I actually, in order to feed in my molten plastic, which is going to turn into the fibers, in order to feed that liquid in continuously, it's got to come through a rotating body. So this is going to be a hollow tube where I actually inject the plastic from the back, and there'll be a little another tube coming out of here, which is free to rotate inside of this shaft, and that'll allow me to inject plastic into this port here. It'll come into this tube, and it'll come out into the airstream, which is traveling through this elbow from the fan. At the end of this, I'll have a little container here. Let me see if I have those on hand. One second. So I have these little metal containers. I wanted metal because that's a lot more durable than I've been using these plastic containers for my previous experiments, and they're fine, but under heat, eventually the solvent, the ethyl acetate that I'm using, will start to degrade these plastic containers. But basically, in my first setup, I had this little container mounted to the front of a fan, and as it rotated, there's tiny little pinholes on the sides of this container where streams of plastic would fling out into the airstream. And then I had a little hole in the front where I would have to stop the fan, inject plastic into this, then power up the fan again until this container emptied, and stop, start to keep injecting more and more plastic into my container to actually continue to make fibers. Because I'm going to be able to, with this setup, to feed the plastic into this continuously through this tube and out into the airstream, I'll be able to use basically an infinite supply of plastic. I can mount a giant syringe back here onto the end of this tube, or even like a giant hopper of molten plastic, force it down this tube, and then it ends up in this container here, which will be one of these metal things just a tiny little metal container with a couple pinholes in it that'll be constantly rotating. So this whole shaft will rotate. And then the key here to make this work in all weather, since my plastic solution hardens below about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm going to have a secondary tube coming through here. So there'll be another elbow which extends out of the back of this larger one and turns sideways like this. And right here, I'll have another air supply, and this will be something like a hairdryer or a heat gun blasting a hot air stream into the center, surrounding the tube that's going to go through the middle of the larger elbow, with the main air supply coming from a giant fan over here. Really a complicated thing maybe to try to describe on paper. I hope you get this, but yeah, so this hot air supply is going to keep my plastic molten by keeping the hollow shaft warm as it's being fed with the plastic. Even if the plastic is a little bit rigid, a little bit frozen when it's being forced into this tube, the hot airflow should remelt the plastic in the tube itself as it's injected into the spinning head, which will fling out the fibers. Let me actually show you, see if I can get my other camera fired up here and show you some of the footage that I've filmed of my earlier setup. And of course, you'll see this when my when I eventually have the full video out. So let me all right, let me see here. So you can see, so this is my my earlier setup. You can see I just have a ventilation fan here. And let me fast forward through here and get to kind of the key aspects. You can see a white spot is collecting on the, get the camera in focus. A white spot is collecting in the middle of this window screen out here. That's my fabric being made. Anyway, it's a pretty simple setup that I was using initially. And you can see the white container at the front there. That white container is, that I'm touching right there, is where the plastic solution is. And I have to take that off continuously to refill it and unclog it when the plastic solution freezes in the little exhaust ports. So that's what I'm going to be building today. A more advanced setup to be able to continuously feed my plastic solution. I want to be able to continuously feed the plastic solution into my spinning head, and I want it to be warmed as I do so. All right. See if we, I think you trying something similar to focus. Oh, Riley's Lab. Hey, Riley. Man, you're, if you haven't seen Riley's Lab's video on electro spinning, excellent video. Making nanofiber mats and trying to replicate an artificial heart valve with nanofibers. Really cool stuff. Electro spinning is an option using high voltage to drive out the using electrostatic charge to actually cause the fibers to stretch out in midair and deposit onto a mat. Into a mat is a good option, possibly if I can't get this more mechanical method to work. But I'm trying to avoid electrospinning because I think it's a little bit needlessly complex, and I don't know that the nanofiber structure is essential or even necessarily helpful for radiative cooling. I think larger fibers might be more helpful, but I don't know. Time will tell. Yeah, thanks, Riley. So when you say, what do you mean, Riley, when you say wet spinning? Because I'm using that term without any knowledge of what I'm actually talking about. Basically, what I'm referring to is spinning out fibers made of plastic that are still dissolved in a solvent, is what I mean when I say wet spinning. Just looking for a screwdriver here. All right. Now, forgive me, everyone, for this is going to be a little bit of a hectic video because I'm actually trying to get some work done during this live stream in building this setup, and so that's going to require me to run all over the workshop, probably not talking to the camera the whole time. I built this little bench that I'm sitting at, which is like maybe 18 inches by 2.5 feet to actually mount all of this spinning equipment to. And so I'm going to first mount my blower fan to this surface using this little bracket here, which I have to install in the fan. These are really nice fans, by the way. I have a couple of these from different brand names, and these inline ventilation fans that actually have like a turbine component inside is really a nice setup to deliver some fairly high pressure air. As far as pressure goes from a fan can be high pressure. A large volume of air, and I actually use one of these in my ventilation system for my little DIY fume hood in the shop. Let's see what Riley says. Wet spinning usually entails extruding a polymer solution into a coagulation bath. Okay, yeah. So I've seen that with like the milk fiber spinning, I think, from Thought Emporium, and maybe, so what else? The coagulation bath solidifies the polymer solution while it's being extruded, forming a solid fiber. Yeah, so the bath, the bath absorbs the solvent out of the fiber very rapidly. If that's, I believe, right? That's you're injecting the polymer solution into a bath of liquid that very rapidly solidifies it, or maybe drops the temperature to solidify it. I don't know. I haven't played enough with that, and I'm not sure if that would. Yeah, so that's not exactly what I'm doing here. I'm going to be evaporating the solvent from the fibers mid-air. So I guess in a way, the air is acting like the fluid in a wet spinning process like that. But yeah, so because we're relying on micro bubbles in the strands of these fibers that are formed, the bubbles in the fibers that actually provide the optimum reflection are caused by a secondary solvent that stays behind in the fiber after the initial solvent, which actually has the which is hard to explain this stuff without my usual script or careful repeated phrases. I often repeat myself in my videos 4 or 5 times before I actually get a take where I'm articulate. Anyways, the fibers that I'm making, the first step is to dissolve the plastic into a solvent. You then mix in a secondary solvent, which doesn't evaporate so quickly. When the primary solvent evaporates, the plastic resolidifies into the fibers or the surface, but the secondary solvent doesn't evaporate so quickly, and so it forms lots of little pockets and air voids, or little like voids in the plastic full of this secondary solvent. And when that secondary solvent evaporates, you end up with tiny little pockets that scatter light. And so I'm not actually certain how to pull that off if you're injecting the fibers into a secondary bath of liquid. Let's see here. The order that I do this project, the order that I do this project in is kind of up in the air. So one of the things the thing that I really need to focus on is this piece right here. So the shaft that the liquid plastic is going to be injected through is this guy right here. It's a stainless steel rod, 8 millimeters in outer diameter, and that is going to go through the center of this elbow. This elbow is where the hot air is going to be injected from a heat gun or a blow dryer, and this thing has to go right through the center of it. So I got to drill a hole in the back of this. I have to extend this rod through the middle, and then I need to attach a bearing on the back of this thing here so that this rod is supported at the back. And then at the front, I have these little bushings, which are just lubricated, graphite lubricated bushings, basically very low friction sleeves that this will be able to rotate in. I couldn't put a full bearing on the front of this rod but it needs to have a lot of support up here because it's going to be rotating very quickly. So these sleeves are going to be able to stand the heat of the hot air gun or the hair dryer, and they're very narrow, so they're not going to obstruct a lot of airflow. Took me a lot of thought actually to figure out what exactly I wanted to do in order to support the front of this tube. So we'll have one of these sleeves up in the front of this. We'll have a pillow block bearing at the back, and then on the very end back here, I'll have a little pulley that goes to a variable speed motor so that I can adjust the rotation rate of this tube, which is what will determine how quickly our polymer solution is flung out into the air. And I'm taking these off again because I realized I want the washers that I just installed these nuts with to be on the screws that I actually screw into the baseboard here. So let me reinstall this bracket without these washers. One of the questions of the day for how I'm going to pull this project off is I have this. I have several things I need to do here. I have several holes that I need to drill on angled surfaces. So I have this giant 6-inch elbow here, and I need this thing to come in to come into it like that. How exactly do you drill a hole that has to start way back here and end way up here? I don't have anything that can clamp this down and then very steadily drill into the back of this curved surface. So my thought is maybe what I need to do is to come in with the hole, instead of coming in with the direction that I eventually want this center tube to travel through, maybe I need to come in directly 90 degrees to this surface, just drill a normal hole. Once I put this tube inside, then I can just bend it that direction, and it'll kind of flex this surface and expand the hole out to the angle that I need it to be in. I need to do the same thing on the back of this curve to a much lesser extent to feed this tube through the center of here. I don't think this will be as difficult, and I think I might even just pound a flat surface into the back of this to drill through. I think that'll be easier and won't cause any issues to just have a little bit of a flat surface here that this thing goes through. But anyways, if you have any ideas for how to drill a hole into a curved surface like this thing, coming in like right there in order to get another tube to come through using just a hand drill, that would be nice. I do have a drill press, but I don't know. Maybe this would fit under my drill press. All right. So the other thing involved in this process, which I'll be working on next, once I actually get this blower, once I get the blower assembled and producing good fibers, the second process is going to be the collecting surface. So I used a window screen to collect my first fiber mat to make this sample of fabric, which basically is the consistency and strength approximately of a coffee filter. It's not super strong, but it's also, you can see through it. I mean, you can see the background behind me through this thing. It's not super not super thick. So eventually I'll have to make these thicker, and that probably will increase strength. But it's about the strength of a coffee filter. And if you saw this fabric out of context, you might just think it was coffee filter material. So not the strongest thing, but in the end, it's going to be laminated with some other stuff that I'll have to talk about in the full video, I guess. Anyway, this was made by blowing the fibers out onto a window screen, and if you adjust the distance between the window screen and the and where the fibers are being blown out from carefully, they'll hit the screen at various levels of wetness. If they're super wet, they'll actually make a surface that's homogeneous. It actually isn't really in a fiber-like state at all because the fibers are so liquid they just meld together into basically a paint-like surface. Whereas if the blower is too far away, it'll end up where the fibers are fully dry before they contact the surface, and in that case, they don't actually stick together, and you don't get a unified fiber mat. You just get a bunch of fibers that are on top of one another. Oops. Oh, not important. Okay. That is a little bit more that's a little bit more bouncy than I hoped. I guess I'll need another support on the front of this thing. I have a coupling right here. Hi, Elvero from Costa Rica. Thanks for stopping in. So I don't really need to attach this part just yet because this is going to need some work. As I mentioned, I need to drill that hole for the secondary pipe to come through, but I'll attach this to the rubber coupling, and because this is more wobbly than I hoped, I'm going to have to add an additional support down here to hold it upright and sturdy. Yeah, okay, so what I really need to work on is this thing. So, how do I do this? The goal is to have this tube going through the center. Now, in order to do this, there's a couple things that I need to do. So I have my bearing blocks here that I'll use to support the back of this tube. I can't actually, there's little set screws in there I need to adjust in order to insert this all the way. But I have this little bearing block back here that I need to mount in some way so that it holds this center tube steady as it extends through this pipe. So what I was thinking is, for that purpose, is to solder a bracket onto this that the pillow block can rest on. So this is a plumbing fitting. This is a chrome plated brass tube, and if I sand the chrome off, this should be a surface that I can easily solder to. So where did I put my copper pipe? Typically, when I want a flat surface to solder, I'll take a piece of copper pipe like this, and I'll stick it in my vise and flatten it out. And that'll be that just makes a quick and easy and fairly rigid sheet of copper for making things like soldered supports and stuff like that. So actually, let me disconnect you guys from. I'm going to disconnect the good audio here so that I can bring you inside of the shop over to my workbench. All right, here we go. All right. What a mess, huh? So, in order to make these brackets, you just throw a piece of copper pipe into a vise, and squish the snot out of it. There we go, copper sheet. Let's keep going. Well, let's see. Maybe I should just start with. Don't assume that I'm going to need more before I actually do. So let's cut that off. Where do I put my hacksaw? Oh, this is really bad, guys. I've been working so quickly on projects that I have not been cleaning up very well in between them. And I'm just kind of chronically messy to begin with, especially when I'm consumed by whatever it is I'm doing. If I'm working on a project that's exciting, I definitely neglect the simple stuff. I definitely, if you've ever been one to send me an email, if I'm in the middle of a project, I will go 3 or 4 weeks sometimes before responding to emails, if I ever am able to get around to them, just because I'm so consumed with what I'm doing. Remember these things? I just discovered one of these on my workbench. Oh, come on. Unexpected PCM, phase change material. Super cool. Love those things. All right, so I need to create a shelf on this pipe for that pillow block to rest on. What is the best way to do that? Let's see, if I just fold, if I make a couple clever folds in this piece of copper, can I like origami it into a, start off like this and origami it into a shelf that will be over here like that? Or should I just come out like this and go downwards? What do I need to do here? You know what, maybe instead of working on the pipe first, maybe what I should do is I should attach the copper to the pillow block that I want to connect to this pipe first, and then I can kind of adjust little. Hard to explain it. Let's just do it. Let me go grab one of those pillow block bearings. Take you with me back to the other side of the shop. Okay. So this guy, maybe if I connect this first, or at least see where it needs to sit on this piece of copper, I can then figure out how exactly to, oh gosh, I don't know. I always have to wing these things as I work on them. Just back you guys up a little bit so you can see more, or so I can be on camera a little bit more. All right, so we will put this pillow block maybe. So the first thing it seems like I need to do is I need to make a little curve in this copper so that it can sit up against the radius of this pipe a little bit better. So let's see, get a Sharpie. All right, how much space do I need for the pillow block? Okay, so I only need about half of this thickness of copper pipe. So I will, I'll take a bite out of it to fit around this. Just by rotating this on the copper, I can make a little score line. I didn't even need the Sharpie, really. But just... There you go. There's some precision machinist's work right there. The whole pinch under the chin and wobbly draw line technique. Now here's the thing that I hesitate to do on camera. I would usually cut this out with my bench grinder, but people do not like seeing copper run on a grinding wheel, so I'm not going to do that. I think that's probably best not to do that practice, but I don't know. I will cut this out with my hacksaw and then use some files on it. Pliers. So I don't know how many of you are tuned into what happens in the politics of Patreon these days, if you ever have been. But most people that have a Patreon account, at least a creator account, are aware of a situation that's developing right now, which is that Patreon is switching all accounts over to subscription monthly contributions only. So I've had my Patreon account for about 11 years, and in that time, in fact, in the sign-up text on my Patreon account, it specifically said that I would never charge. I would never charge for nothing. I would always only charge accounts if I was actually posting a video, if I had something to give in return. And I was able to do that because Patreon allows, or did in the past allow me to say, do I want to charge for this post or not? You know, if it's a live stream or something like that, no one would get charged for this because it's not really a major video on my channel. And of course, if I didn't post a video in a month, there would be no charges made to anyone's accounts. Well, Patreon is going to a system where everyone has to move to monthly billing. It's no longer per creation billing, and so it's going to be out of my hands pretty soon. And I don't really blame Patreon for this. There's some talk that they've wanted to do this for a long time, to switch everyone to monthly billing rather than per creation. I think that might be true, that they want to do it on their end because it's just much simpler for them. But I also feel for them because the reason they're doing it is Apple. At least that's the reason that they're saying they're doing this. Apple has something that is affectionately called the Apple tax, which is that any payments made through the App Store, Apple gets 30% of those. So if you have an Apple device and you're running YouTube through the iOS store, is that what it is? iOS through the Apple Store, whatever that is, the Apple app thing. If you do something like make a super chat on YouTube and say that super chat is for $10, if your YouTube, if you're doing this through your phone and that payment is being processed through the Apple Store, Apple is getting a 30% cut of that payment. YouTube takes 30%, Apple takes 30%. So out of a $10 payment, $4 goes to the creator if you have an Apple device. And that happens with every payment that is processed through the Apple Store. And so that means that, well, anyway, that's been a major problem forever for people who have Apple devices, that they unknowingly are just giving 30% of all of any payments they make to Apple when they think that they're giving it to somebody else. That's a major issue. But in addition to that, Apple is now introducing new requirements that the way that Patreon's billing is set up right now will disqualify them for having their app included in the Apple Store. They'll be kicked out of the App Store if they continue with per creation billing and not doing the monthly billing cycle thing. And there's other things going on with that. I'm going to have to make a more formal post to my Patreon page, like, I don't know, apologizing that this change is out of my hands. You know, if this makes a big difference to you to be billed monthly, maybe your support tier is higher than you can afford to be billed monthly, because I don't always post videos monthly. You probably are not getting charged every month from me as one of my patrons. So you should go in and adjust your contribution level, you know, reduce it if you need to, in order to, or you know, you don't have to support me if you can't afford it. Please don't if you can't afford it, actually. But anyways, so my my billing on my Patreon page is going to change to monthly eventually. I think I have a year maybe to switch over. Now, so that's a bummer, because I did not want to change over, and I, as someone who's making these videos and being supported by you guys super generously, I don't want to be. I just like the idea that I'm not charging anyone unless I'm actually posting a video at that very moment, like I'm immediately giving something in return. And so that is why, up until this point, I have not done monthly billing, and I've kept on the per creation schedule. But on the other hand, I don't know, I'm bummed out, but also there's been times, like 2 years ago, I was sick for 9 months straight. I maybe got a video out in that time at one point, but because I was sick, I was not getting any Patreon support. And I don't think that is, I don't know, I think if you guys had the option to, a lot of you would have, but maybe not. You know, if I'm not, I don't know. It's a conflict, because if times like that happen where I'm sick for a really long time, or say I'm working on a massive multi-month project, and I don't know, I haven't been tempted to post excess videos in the current setup in order to get more support out, but I could see how that could be a temptation to stop me from working on a project that's going to take me 4 months, because I know that project is only going to be billed once on Patreon, and in the meantime I could have worked on 4 smaller projects and you know, made more money. That hasn't been a temptation to me so far, but I don't know, it would be freeing on my end to know that the support isn't tied to me doing quick and dirty projects instead of big advanced ones. Anyway, I'll have to talk more about that as that's actually rolled out on Patreon and I'm forced to switch over. For now, it's still per creation, and I don't think there will be another any excess billing stuff going on for the next at least few months. I get to talk to someone within Patreon to help me navigate all of this and figure out how to talk to you guys about it, as far as like saying how much. One thing that's unclear to me is how much you would need to reduce your support by in order to match your current, whatever your current contribution level is. I'm not sure how much you would have to reduce your contribution level in order to end up at the same level per month or something, because it says there's language that, like, I don't know, it takes the average or something of what people have been contributing so far per creation and then averages it over a month or something, and I don't know how that works. Yeah, anyway, thanks for listening to my random thoughts on that. That was kind of candid, and I don't really Hopefully I didn't say anything that offended you guys. Sorry. I really appreciate your support. My editor, so I had been trying to do monthly videos for a little while. I actually agreed to do monthly videos like 4 months this summer with sponsors, 4 months in a row. And I had to cancel this month because you can see I'm mid-project of actually assembling the thing that I'd like to film for a main channel video. And man, making a monthly project, not more than that, not just a project, but actually making the project, making sure that it works, and then writing a script, or you know, like my last video, filming it behind the scenes. That's a major task to do on a monthly basis. So I my editor and I took a bit of a break the first half of this month, and I of course have been back to work for a while, but I'm nowhere near close enough to be able to get out another video this month on this subject. So this will be the thing I'm doing to make next month's video. I'm really hoping that let me I can plug into good audio now and make sure that this is level. All right. Should be back in action. This file is super dull that I'm going to try to file this copper with. All right, how many comments did I miss here? Hey, Reese, thank you for saying that. I'm involved in a lot of like communities of other YouTubers that are trying to figure out how to do things on YouTube, how to make a living, and how to I don't know, just like what the expectations are on YouTube. And so many people ask, like, how long should I wait until I make a Patreon page or whatever? Or like, what can I offer? And I think that, like, as someone who makes stuff online, or makes stuff in general, you don't want to feel like you're asking for people's money for nothing. And that's like, and so you really want to give something in return. But as for, at least speaking for myself, there's probably a dozen or so people that I support myself on Patreon. And in every case, it's not because they offer me perks or whatever, like these live streams or whatever. This is like a Patreon only thing. But I know that's not why you guys are here. At least I don't think it is for the majority. It's because you just want to support what the channel is doing. And I'm thankful for that. And that's how I feel for the pages that I support. So it's I don't know. I think that a lot of people who are YouTubers and doing valuable things are a little bit too, I don't know, it feels weird for me saying this myself as the host of this channel who you guys are all contributing to, so I'm sorry about that. But I think a lot of people that have Patreon pages are like, I don't know, Applied Science, like awesome stuff. Ben over there at Applied Science making awesome videos. They're smarter every day. Like, these are guys you just want to support. It's not about what you get in return necessarily. I'm really all right, I'm gonna stop talking about that stuff now. All right. Why did I bring you guys back over here so soon? I wasn't done at the workbench. I'll bring some stuff over here so I can continue out here. There we are. Sorry about the pause there, guys. I was running around looking for where I put my shears. So, cut this off here. Put that with a file a little bit. And I need to make that deeper. Oh, it's really hard to do this with a dull file. Riley's Lab asks, what got me started making YouTube videos? So I have had this channel since 2007, early 2007. YouTube went public in 2006. So I have one friend who started their channel in 2006. Otherwise, boy, I've been around on YouTube for a long time. The thing that actually got me started on YouTube is that at the time, in 2006, I was active on a bunch of fireworks forums, and I had made like a GeoCities website and stuff like this, and I called some web hosting agencies and asked them, you know, how much would it cost to have video hosting on my site, to be able to have people stream videos from my website? And everyone laughed at me because in 2007, that's like that'd be like multi-thousands of dollars per month to have video streaming from your private website. And then YouTube comes along, and suddenly I have a way to share. I was making fireworks at the time, and I was part of several fireworks forums, APC forum, the Amateur Pyrotechnics forum, excellent forum in 2007. Actually, Styropyro and I talked on there all the time. If any of you follow the channel Explosions and Fire, I think it was his latest video. He made a video about a thing called yellow powder, where you mix sulfur, potassium nitrate, and potassium carbonate together, and it makes something that goes bang. And he was talking about how weird this mixture is, and how the only information he could find was from this post from 2005 on this fireworks forum. And the guy who made the post was Styropyro. Well, this was the fireworks forum that I also hung out on. So myself and Styropyro, the laser guy, you know, on YouTube, the giant laser guy, both got our starts on this tiny niche fireworks forum and started posting videos of things that we were talking about on the forum to YouTube, so that we could share them back to the forum and be able to show off, you know, what we were doing. And eventually I got an organic following through YouTube from that, and started posting other things. I actually, this summer I went to Open Sauce. That was the first YouTube related conference I've ever been to. And one of the things, I met Adam Savage there very briefly. Everyone at Open Sauce, all the DIY creators were inspired by Mythbusters. So it's like I'm one of 50 people that walked up to Adam Savage and is like, hey, thanks for inspiring me to go on to what I do now. But one of the things that made my channel take off is I saw the paper crossbow episode of Mythbusters, where they were like, okay, if you're in prison, can you make a crossbow out of paper that actually you know, fires a projectile dangerously out of like paper mache or whatever? And I thought they could have done a better job. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to try to make a paper crossbow and do better than Mythbusters. And I ended up not do I ended up not doing that. I didn't make a serious paper crossbow, but I ended up coming up with a pretty fun paper crossbow toy that shot a pencil, and made a video about that. That was pretty much the start of my DIY hobby projects videos that were not related to fireworks, and that video took off. I think I got a lot of kids in trouble at school making paper crossbows that fired number 2 pencils. So that was pretty much my start on YouTube. Same as StyroPyro, trying to post my DIY fireworks to forums, and just needed a site that would host the videos. And then over the years, I got tired of making kids projects and wanted to become more like I don't know, applied science. Really, he's another one of my inspirations to be doing the more technical stuff that I am now. I mean, technical in the sense that you see me do anything. It's not very advanced. Yep. All right, nobody watch. I'm gonna go run over to the grinding wheel and take the last little touch. Actually, I won't use the grinding wheel. I'll use my, well, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna use, but I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get the last little bite out of this copper. All right, maybe I used the grinding wheel a little bit. Grinding wheels are dangerous in general. I don't know. This is part of the hesitation of my doing live stream stuff, is that I do things incorrectly, and I don't want people to copy me. Let's see, for the brass tube drilling, if you have something cylindrical with clearance to fit the inner diameter of the pipe, you could mount that 90 degrees to something flat and clampable. Make it concentric with the drill press drill, then slip the pipe over that, if it made any sense. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one a little bit more. All right, we are getting closer here. Closer to being good. Take off a little bit more. If you're just dropping onto this live stream, forgive me for walking away from the camera so much. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, I'm actually working on. I'd like to actually build this project today, and so that means I need to walk away from the camera sometimes to get tools and stuff. I can't spend all my time talking to the camera if I'm actually going to get this done. All right, that is pretty good. So this is going to be a platform. This will be the platform for my bearing here. And I guess what I need to do maybe is, I've been delaying drilling the hole in the back of this pipe because that's the part that I'm a little bit, it doesn't have to be super, it's not like this needs to be perfectly centered. If it's off center a little bit, it's okay if this tube comes out at a little bit of an angle, but I don't want to be real messy with this. So I've been delaying it a little bit. I think in order to figure out exactly where I need to drill this hole, I need something straight. All right. I'm going to try to get this ruler to follow the high point of this pipe as it's sitting in front of me here. And if I get the ruler to follow the high point all the way to the back, this is obviously not a very precise way to do this, but it's better than just eyeballing it. I mean, it basically is eyeballing it with a little bit of a visual assist. All right, put a little scuff in there with this razor blade. That looks pretty centered right there. Okay. All right, so right on my scuff is where I need to drill my hole for this 8mm tube to go through. All right. Back over to the workbench. Good audio's gone again. Sorry, folks. I've mentioned it before, but the reason I do these live streams is I want to be able to talk to you guys behind the scenes a little bit off script. I really enjoy doing this, but also the reason why I'm doing live streams instead of just like, I don't know, pre-recording secondary videos is that this is much easier. It doesn't take special planning to do these live streams really, except for maybe making a place for the camera to sit and all that, and a nice little bench out in the front of the shop there to have the camera pointing at. Otherwise, it's just basically turning the camera on and doing what I would be doing anyway, just building one of these projects. And so, yeah, sorry that this video is not particularly polished. But that's the reason why I'm able to do them. It doesn't take time away from working on what I'd otherwise be working on. Here we go. All right, little divot there to make drilling easy and to give a, I don't know, kind of a flatter surface for the hole that my interior pipe is going to pass through to go through. Yeah, that should work. This should be pretty easy to drill because it's brass. The big fitting, the 6-inch vent fitting, I think that's galvanized mild steel. I hope. I don't think it's stainless. If it's stainless, I'm in trouble. That's going to be really hard to drill through. I might not even end up drilling it. I might end up like marking out a hole and then cutting it with a Dremel or something. drill press. Let me double check. I think that drill bit in the press is already the correct size. It is the correct size, and in fact it's a little bit small maybe, which is perfect because I would rather have it small than too large. Now what you're about to see me do here, again, this is not going to be advisable under normal circumstances, but the very reason that I have this drill press is that it is super weak. I can actually, oh, it's not plugged in. Plugging in helps. That is my laptop cord. Uh-oh. That might be short plugs. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I like this drill press is that I put the cord over here and I didn't even plug it in. What the heck? What did I just plug in? I plugged in my angle grinder. I can stop this with my hands. It's got just enough torque that it drills really well, but not enough to rip my arm off. So that's why I use this particular junky drill press. Do I want to mount this vise? Is that going to make it easy on me or not? Probably not. A dangerous way to ascertain the first time that I can stop my drill press. Yeah, I'd agree. I didn't, of course, try that day one. Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed to show how I work on a live stream, but it's I don't know. I try not to be anyone other than who I try not to misrepresent myself as something better than I am, that's for sure. You should not follow me for crafting advice. Okay, we are not exactly centered, but I did get the hole cut. Since this is brass, it's going to be a little bit, it's way softer than this stainless steel tube. So even though it's touching the sides, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it that sort of kind of sloppy fit, and the stainless steel should kind of push the brass out of the way. Once I have everything else built, it should be fairly centered, or it should center itself in that hole, kind of wear the hole out a little bit. And this doesn't need to be an airtight seal or anything, thankfully. So part two is going to be part two of in addition to mounting the pillow block back here, I need to have a mount up here for the bushing that's going to hold the front of this tube centered. Dragonkin. So are we working on... No, we are not working on a part for the cotton candy machine. So I have already... if you've seen my community post on YouTube a couple weeks back, I succeeded in making a fiber mat, a radiative cooling actual, like basically a coffee filter material. And so it's in the form of actual fabric now. And I did not use the cotton candy machine to make it, but I used a method similar to the cotton candy machine where the liquid plastic is sprayed out into the air and blown into a fan. And I'm working on scaling up this process. So I'm going to be blowing out fibers using this blower as the primary air source, and because the plastic does not stay liquid at room temperature, I'm also going to have a heated air supply that get the good audio reconnected here. Yeah, so I'm also gonna have a heated air supply that keeps the plastic solution molten while it's flowing into the airstream. So this tube here is going to be blasting heated air through the center of it, which warms this tube, this little tube, which is actually going to have the plastic solution fed through it. And then this is the main blower, which is going to do most of the heavy lifting as far as blowing the plastic fibers into the air, stretching them out, and eventually allowing them to solidify onto a screen to form a fiber mat. So what I'm doing here, I'm working on making a little platform that's going to be attached to this pipe out of copper. This is a brass pipe, chrome plated. So I'm working on making a platform that's going to hold a bearing that this tube will be supported by, and that will, this center tube is hollow so that I can actually feed my plastic solution continuously into the airstream. Yeah, so for anyone joining us right now, this is kind of a hectic video because I'm actually working on a project, and so I'm going to be running around, going off camera quite a bit. For example, at the moment, I need to find some Allen wrenches to adjust the... I need to adjust the little key supports, or these little, what do you call them? These little Allen screws that will clamp around the rod. They're in a little too deep right now, so I can't get my my tube in there. Oh shoot. I just brought my Allen wrench set up to the house. Well, I probably have another one. Let's see. Got a little phone repair kit. This ought to have the right size Allen key in it. Let's see. Too big. So I've been thinking a little bit about, I've been working on this radiative cooling project. I think I've done like 4 videos in a row, either on radiative cooling or on something adjacent, like the PCM material. Oh no, I guess I had the waterproof fabric video in there at one point in the mix, but quite a few of my last videos have been on radiative cooling of one kind or another. And the reason is because I feel like I'm actually doing something that other people are not doing, making these materials with DIY means. But at the same time, that's not the only thing I really want my channel to be about forever going forward. So if you have more ideas for what I should be looking into next, please continue to leave them as comments. The ordinary comments on my YouTube channel are what I keep up to date with most consistently. I do have a Patreon specific email address if you wanted to reach me. You should have seen that in your welcome message when you subscribe to this channel on Patreon, an email address. But really the best way to reach me is through a comment, not a comment reply on YouTube. YouTube doesn't always notify me when someone replies to a comment, but if you actually leave a comment on a video, I'll see that often same day. Set screws, yes, that is the word I was looking for these little things. Pretty wide hole in the exhaust might need a choke, or the jet that has the pin that goes in and out that chokes it up. I don't understand. I don't understand that. You mean this hole that I just drilled? It's too got too much play. That shouldn't be a problem. We're not working on anything that can't have a little air leak here or there. Just need some mass airflow and the small tube. Oh, you mean at the end of this tube? Yeah, you haven't understood quite what I'm building here. So I'm going to have there'll be another container on the end of this tube that has pinholes in it, and it'll be a larger diameter, and that'll be what the strands actually fly out of. They're not going to come straight out of this into the air. So I'm just not there yet. There's no way I'm going to finish this on the live stream today. Well, maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see how long I feel like keeping the stream going. I definitely, even though I'm trying to get stuff done, I definitely work a little slower when I'm talking to the camera. So this goes through. I think what I'll do is I will eventually, I'm gonna center the tube at the end of this. I'm gonna center this tube with by some supports that I haven't quite figured out yet. But I think in order to align the back, I'll start by just shoving some foam in here for a temporary support so that I have this tube centered enough to continue working on the back half and know that I have this pillow block in a correct location. Find some foam. Hey, the sun's starting to shine on me out here. Boy, do I ever have a lot of shredded paper lying around from my Senko Hanabi projects. I've tested hundreds of different kinds of tissue papers for making my Senko Hanabi Japanese sparklers. And I just have so much paper that did not work. But what are you going to do? Throw out whole stacks of otherwise useful tissue paper? I don't know. Would you guys be interested in show of hands, how many people would be interested in seeing a Senko Hanabi workshop live, where I go through the rolling techniques and all that stuff? I haven't, in my videos about making Senko Hanabi, which are Japanese sparklers, I have not gone in depth as to the details of actually rolling them. And that's the most difficult part, is the hand motions and all this stuff to actually make them correctly. Would you guys be interested in seeing that? If we just sat down probably one evening, so that it was dark and we could actually demonstrate these sparklers to see how these things are rolled? They're, of course, those are one of my favorite things in the whole world. But I've bored some of you, I know. Yeah, cool. Yeah, maybe I'll try it. I would like to do that. I have more things that I could make videos about on the topic of those sparklers, but I try to space them out because they haven't been the most engaged videos on my channel. Not everyone really watches them. Boy, it's getting too hot. Too hot. Ah. Repping my Smarter Every Day shirt. I really need to get some of my own merch. I've been trying to find somebody that can put my logo onto a hat, but it kind of needs to be simplified. It doesn't. It's a little too complex for embroidery on a hat. Either the logo needs to be simplified, or I need to, I don't know, make patches or something that are can have that higher detail. This is looking pretty good. I mean, I haven't really done much besides drill a hole so far, but this looks like it actually could. I need about, that's probably about as much room as I need at the front of this tube, of this sticking out, in order to mount my, the container that's going to actually blast the plastic out into the air. And I need a little extra room back here in order to fit my pulley that's actually going to drive this thing, because this whole shaft has to rotate at high speed. So I think we're doing pretty good here. I could always trim this tube down to size. It doesn't have to be this long. Okay. Gotta watch the weather a little bit. If it is gonna start raining, I gotta get my laptop and stuff inside. All right. I got my pliers here. Need some heavier pliers. All right. Yeah, it would be cool if I partner with a Japanese crafter and teach them how to make the fireworks as well. That could be interesting. I actually, there's a channel that I follow. I don't know the channel name by memory. That makes woodblock prints. It's not the big woodblock. It's not the guy who actually has the store in Japan that makes woodblock prints and stuff. It's a guy that makes smaller runs. I talked to him briefly about when I do my next Senko Hanabi video. It'd be interesting if I could get him to do a woodblock print series, like a Senko Hanabi themed woodblock print, maybe with art that I designed myself or something, and just have him print it. And I thought it would be interesting if instead of taking on a sponsor for that video, I would just have him charge a little bit more than he usually would for his prints. So he still makes the same amount of money off the prints, but however many he sells, Like I get a percentage of that. Instead of having a sponsor for the video, I get to actually like promote a small artist selling awesome art that maybe I designed the actual artwork and he did the carving and all the cool stuff to make a authentic woodblock print. I like that idea instead of I don't know, taking on a bigger, instead of taking on a bigger company as a sponsor, just hire some small artist to make some cool stuff that would be channel specific. All right, so if this little plate, come over here and show you up close. If this little plate here is mounted to hold the pillow block, I should be able to just have this piece coming up and bent over, going underneath and then bent down, and soldered right here. If I have solder going all around the gap under here, connecting it to this pipe, that should be a pretty strong joint. If I can do that. So yeah, let me bend the end of this over. Maybe I was thinking I would do that with pliers, but maybe I'll take that over to the vise. I just realized I was speaking to the phone when I really need to speak to the mic down here. Sorry if that was hard to hear. All right. So, back to the workbench. Is that really annoying when I keep disconnecting the audio up there? I'm trying to have good audio for the majority of the stream, but then I want to come back over here and work on stuff by the workbench, and I can't move the microphone at the same time as easily. Hopefully it's not too bad. All right, so I just need like a 1/4 inch of material. There we go. Now, let's see. The issue with soldering stuff is that the order you do it in really matters, because I was just thinking I could solder this to here and like keep making the bracket just really fit the pipe well. But if I solder these two pieces together and then I later go to solder on this to the pipe, it's kind of applying enough heat to solder this piece to the pipe is going to melt this solder. So it's like you kind of got to do everything at the same time, or maybe clamp it together so that all of it can be wet at the same time instead of doing each little section of your soldering job individually. All right, now we have to cut this down a little bit because this is a little bit long. Get my snips again. Having an issue with the piece wanting to slip sideways as I go to snip it. Yeah, the airflow, the question is, does the airflow cause the stringing in the setup that I'm building? The airflow kind of, it doesn't cause the stringing, but it stretches out the strings. So the actual plastic is flung out of teeny tiny holes, little pinholes in like a plastic bottle like this. Kind of hard to see. There's a tiny little pinhole right there. And so they're naturally strings. In order to fit out of that hole, they have to become a string. And then once it gets into the airstream, the flowing air stretches them out further, makes them thinner, and eventually dries them out so that the solvent is gone and you're left with rigid plastic. So, yeah, the blowing does partially cause the stringing. All right. Just trying to get everything at the right angle that I want here. I kind of wanted this to be at kind of a little less than 90 degrees because I want it to tilt inwards and make a triangle. If it's coming up to this support, I want it to make like a triangle coming up to that. And next step is going to be to bend the bottom of this to kind of match the curve of this pipe a little bit more. So, to do that, I got a piece of PVC here that should be hard enough to shape copper around. Actually, you know what? The handle on my vise is better. Probably shouldn't pound on the handle of your vise. That's not a great practice, but I'm not going to pound very hard at all. It's very soft copper that I'm working with. There we go. Okay. That doesn't really work because as I hit it, it's just making a flat spot. So how do I make that curve? Let's do it with a thinner piece of PVC in the vise. Once again, another reminder that this is not a not a formal video. I'm just trying to get this, trying to get a project out, trying to finish this task of building a machine for blowing these fibers. And so, forgive that this video is not especially ordered, and I don't know what I'm doing really at the moment. Yeah, that was a good idea, Jason. Open the jaws of the vise and pound into that. Pound into a concave instead of a proud surface. That's a good idea, but I think I should try to find a surface that's concave but not infinitely concave like this. I guess I can I can put something in there to pound against so that it can't go infinitely deep. There we go. Now I can pound into this. Good idea there, Jason. Thank you. Make sure I get the side correct that I'm actually wanting to shape. There, we got a little bit of a bold surface there. Let's see if that will fit on this pipe. Yeah, that is pretty clean. Pretty clean. If the top, what did that comment say? If the top of your L bracket were wider, the pillar block mounting will hold everything together at the juncture. Pillar block mounting. I don't know what a pillar block mounting is. Bend it too far and massage it back into the PVC. Yeah, I would do that if I were. I'm not concerned too much of being totally accurate because I'm going to use excess solder on this, and it's gonna it'll make itself work in the end for sure. It's just a little support. So I will grip this now. All right, that should be pretty close to perfect. I might have just gone a little too far. Yeah, I just went a little bit too far with that last bend. That's an easy fix. Pretty close to what I want. Pretty close to what I want right there. It's going to take a couple tries, I think, to get this final bend just right. I don't need it to be perfect, but just good enough that solder can fill any imperfections. A little bit of a twist in it. I love the sound of pounding on copper. It's much gentler on the ears than something like steel. Yeah, so now I need a little bit more of a bend. A little bit of that bend came out of it when I they're mowing the lawn next door now. It's hard to keep this because I'm trying to do a dual fold. I'm trying to have this little fold here at the same time, I want this curved surface to go all the way up to that fold. That's not really a possible geometric shape to have those two intersecting bends unless I really deform the copper somehow. So this definitely isn't going to be perfect just because of the geometry of the thing. I think we're getting there though. I think this is probably good enough. Yeah, that is not bad. I think that will solder on just fine. So what I need to do is make some marks and sand this sand the chrome plating off of this pipe where I'm going to have to solder these on. Get something to make those marks. All right, so one mark at a time, I think. Start with this thing. Nope, that didn't work. Need something quite sharp. There we go. Yeah, I can see that mark. Okay. Good. And this thing. Yeah, what I'll have to do is I'll have to use little clamps to hold this thing together when I go to solder it. And it's really not too important that I mark this out because I'm going to just sand a ton of this off. More than enough room to get the joint on. All right, and for this, the wire wheel on the grinding wheel should work quite well. I'm going to point this wheel toward you guys because I don't like it pointed toward myself when I run this thing. But I'm going to see if this steel wire wheel will take the chrome off of this. Not really. All right, we'll take it to the sander. The even messier side of my workshop, if you can believe it. Oops, sorry. Okay. Usually I would have another extension cord. Here's another one. I use all my extension cords for my filming setup to keep my laptop plugged in, which I check comments on, and then I have my microphone on secondary audio, so I really run short on extension cords when it comes while I'm filming these projects. All right. I'm trying to use the unsupported part of the belt so that it wraps around the curve of this surface a little more easily. It would sand down faster if I used the supported part down here, but wouldn't be quite so effective at matching the shape of the curve. Pretty much bare brass around the area where that flat support needs to go. Now I just need to get an area down here to do the bottom of that triangle. I should have the pieces on hand that I'm actually intending to put on this so I can double check that I have a big enough area as I'm sanding. So I'll be right back. I'm going to grab those. The sanding belt seems pretty dull also. Maybe I should just change that. I'll keep going. I only have a little bit left. I don't really like that you have to reach around to the back of this thing to turn it on and off. Talk about safety issues around my shop. That's one of them, especially with a beard. This didn't sand up all that great. I might finish that by hand. I think it's partially just because that belt is dull, but also it's hard to. There's a couple of compound curves in here that are a little bit hard to get into with that belt. All right, just going to grab a little extra sandpaper. I should be done with the mowing over there fairly soon. I don't know if you can hear that too loud, but it's another really make a big deal of the audio so much. What do we got as far as comments go? Yeah. Yeah, Dremel with the sanding drum would be a good idea. I think I can finish this up pretty quickly by hand, though. If it's not as fast as I think it will be, I'll go get another power tool. Yeah, just having a fresh piece of sandpaper works so much better than a dull sanding belt. Have any of you tried that Cubitron, I think it's 3M Cubitron sandpaper? I've heard really good things about that, but it seems I haven't heard that from like a neutral source. It's all been like woodworking or metalworking channels. Cubitron, it's like this new sandpaper that's supposed to have much sharper crystals embedded on the paper that are much better, longer lasting, cut way faster than ordinary sandpaper. Be nice if that were true. I assume it probably is, but I don't know. All right, that is probably adequate. Probably adequate. Yeah, so what I could probably do, I could try to clamp all this together before I go to solder it, or someone suggested putting a rivet in it. Jason Green, I think. Yeah. I don't have rivets that are small enough for this. I have some rivets, but they're not quite small enough, at least for this connection right here. Yeah, what is the right way to do that? I should never ask what the right way is, because I'm probably not going to do the right way. What is the adequate way to do this? I'll go get some steel wool to polish up the copper in the meantime. I'm going to move the whole setup back. I'm a little tired of sitting in the sun, so let's oops. Move back into the shop a bit. Oh, sorry. How long have I been without audio? I guess when I moved this. Sorry, guys. I was just saying that I've mentioned it in previous live streams, but I painted this workshop's roof white last year, and not subambient. It's not my cooling paint or anything like that, but it's about a minute. Okay, so yeah, I painted the workshop white, and because it's just even off the shelf white, even though it's not a cooling paint, it's a lot better than rust, which is the previous color, as my 50 or 60-year-old metal roof was starting to actually, the paint was eroding off it, and it was just dark brown rust absorbing a ton of heat from the sun. Just having off those shelf white paint was enough to really make a difference in terms of the air temperature in here during the day. All right. Whoa, that was a close look. All right, I was on my way to find some steel wool to polish up the copper fittings. That's a pretty really annoying sound. Somewhere around here I have. All right, here's the thing I was also looking for. Bendy arm clamps to hold all the stuff together while I solder it. This should hopefully allow me to get the job done without having to rivet anything or having things desolder on me when I'm halfway done soldering the next part of it. Gun Griffin says they put a white vinyl layer on top of their car and it dropped the interior temperature by 5 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I believe it. I would, it's actually lower than I would expect, but in a car, a lot of the heat does come through the partially sky-facing windshield. But yeah, a white roof on anything is going to make the interior temperature a lot colder. And I found a lot of people comment as I'm working on the sky cooling paint, and people are like, well, if I paint my house with this, it's going to increase my heating costs in the winter. My experience with this workshop is that's really not the case, because at least in Michigan, we get snow here. And if you have snow, it really doesn't matter what color your roof is. It's going to be covered in snow. And so, yeah, my workshop was not any colder due to the white roof in the wintertime than it normally would be. It just has nothing but benefits in the summertime. Stellar. So, oh, Jason, you have that's another good idea about peening over a little piece of copper wire. That's a really good idea, actually, peening over a piece of copper wire to hold these fittings together while I solder them. I might do that. Stellar asked if I'm still intending to use PLA for the coating. I am, for a couple of reasons. A lot of people commented that PLA, the biodegradability claims of PLA are overhyped. And that was true maybe when it was released, but I think now the non-biodegradable nature of PLA is overhyped. It's still biodegradable, even if it takes a long time or an industrial composter to do it in a short amount of time. It is head and shoulders better than many other plastics. And so PLA, for biodegradability reasons, is great. It takes about 80 years, maybe, they estimate, to biodegrade in nature outside of a industrial composter environment, which is a long time, but it's not forever. And it's also long enough that you don't have to worry about it falling apart on your back. There are UV concerns. Ultraviolet light, it's very sensitive to ultraviolet light, and that can actually cause it to not biodegrade, but just decompose faster. So if exposed to sunlight, it'll actually last less time, even less time in nature. But the UV exposure is maybe a little bit of an issue for clothing because, of course, you're wearing clothing out in broad daylight. It's gonna decompose anything that's UV sensitive fairly quickly. But the nature of this fabric that I'm making is it will need to have some other secondary coating on it anyway. And that secondary coating, whether it's silicone sort of coating that could it's like an encapsulant over the fibers, anything that you put over it like that could be stabilizing for UV. It could absorb the UV and prevent it from harming the fibers. Let's see here. So, yeah, the other reason why I'm using PLA, because there's other plastics on the market, especially like even for 3D printing, that are they're compostable, they're even more biodegradable than PLA, and there's lots of different properties. Even if I'm not looking for a compostable plastic, I just want something that's the most effective as possible at cooling as possible, PLA is still a good choice because its infrared emission spectrum lines up perfectly with what we're looking for the ideal radiative cooling surface. I just discovered that by chance doing some Googling about different plastics and their emission spectra. What we're looking for is something that emits infrared light right in the infrared atmospheric infrared window, where the atmosphere is transparent to infrared light. And just by chance, if you look at overlapping charts of the atmospheric absorption spectrum, where it will absorb infrared light compared to PLA's emission spectrum, the absorbance is like way up here for the atmosphere, and then it just goes like straight down and is down for quite a ways. PLA's is down here, and its emission spectrum shoots straight up, like right where we want it to. It's just got a great emission spectra for radiative sky cooling, right in the transparent atmospheric infrared window, and it just happens to be biodegradable, readily available. It's not the strongest plastic. That's part of the downfall of it as far as making fibers go. They're not super strong. These I've demonstrated earlier in the stream. I'm not going to touch these now because my hands are covered in dirt and copper. But this fiber mat that I've made is about equivalent to paper in strength. It's something like a coffee filter. And so it's not super strong, but if we laminate this against a stronger material, if we maybe encapsulate it with something that's stronger that would double as that UV protectant, it's viable for certain uses. It might not make a good pair of socks or something where you need fabric to be super durable, but it would make a good hat. That would probably be one of the first things that I make with it, is like a big old farmer's hat, wide brim, just to cool the air under it so that you can work all day under this big sombrero thing. The other thing I would like to make with it once I get this machine up and running is a tent, at least a small tent, maybe for just experimental purposes, to see what the air temperature is inside the tent when the sun is shining on it outside. I think that would be another cool experiment, and I hope to actually be able to make big enough sheets of fabric to make a tent that is big enough for a person to sleep in. That's a tall order for a homemade setup. I don't think there's any chance of me being able to make enough of this stuff at home to actually be able to make merch. Not that I make myself anyway. That would become my full-time job, making merch. And so I'd need to, I don't know, talk to factories. Making products is hard. And so, yeah, who knows? And I don't know if anyone has patents that this would violate if I tried to sell this stuff as products. I haven't even looked into what else is patented out there, but by putting this stuff out publicly, it prevents people from patenting at least anything novel that I introduce in my videos. NATO Soup asks if PLA microplastics would be safer than polyester, nylon, etc. Unknown. No, I mean, people don't even really know what nylon and polyester microplastics do, except for bioaccumulate. We know that they're in our bodies. We don't really know what they do. At least there's not a lot of data on that. And so whether or not PLA would be safer, it's hard to imagine that it would be more dangerous. Polylactic acid, so when you're talking about a microplastic, you're generally talking about particles of plastic that break down into super small sizes and small enough to be absorbed through like biological membranes and stuff like that, or eaten and then not expelled out. If polylactic acid breaks down to its actual like single molecule components, non-polymeralized components, it would just be lactic acid. Lactic acid is produced in our bodies all the time. That's what makes your muscles sore after working out. Part of the reason is a buildup of lactic acid. It's in milk. That's lactate, lactose. Lactic acid is a component of milk. It's just not a dangerous compound in its single molecular form. Whether could cause some weird effects in its polymerized form. is, it doesn't seem like it does, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in that stuff. I'm not very, I'm not suspicious that it would be an issue, but what do I know? Chemically, it seems like it should not be that big of an issue, but maybe it is. Seems like we'd know by now. With all the 3D printers out there, you'd think we'd know if PLA caused serious health issues. So, yeah, who knows? I don't. I think it's better than some stuff, probably. Okay. These are pretty well polished. So do I want to do Jason Green's suggestion of holding this stuff together? You know what? I'm going to try, first of all, I'm going to try my little clamp here. I'm going to try to hold all these pieces together for soldering just using this clamp. And if it doesn't work, I'll use Jason Green's excellent suggestion of drilling tiny holes and riveting the pieces together, or like bending over little pieces of copper wire to hold everything together. Come on. These little clamps have rubber feet on them that I need to break off. I haven't actually used this for soldering before, even though that's what pretty much what I bought it for. All right. I don't really have a good thing to clamp this to on this little DIY workbench thing here. Maybe I don't want to solder over this anyway. Maybe I do though. Let me clean off the bench a little bit. So I've been on a little bit of a kick reading some classic literature and stuff. Finished my second Dostoevsky book last week, a week and a half ago. I've read Crime and Punishment now and The Idiot. I loved both of them. Just started Les Miserables, an audio version. 65 hours is the audiobook for Les Miserables. It took, I think, 3 or 4 hours before Jean Valjean is even introduced as a character. Very, very long book. Have any of you guys ever finished any of those giant classic books? It's pretty hard to get into books like that, but it's I'm finding as I work through my second Dostoevsky book, I realized toward the end of Crime and Punishment that there's a lot of writing that seems like it's wasted space in the book. Like you really need to tell us about this conversation that has nothing to do with the main story, and spend pages upon pages doing it. But it turns out once you get used to the style and realize what's going on with the authors of these old books making these giant monologues, it's I don't know, it's more interesting, and I'm starting to catch on to what they're doing with these long narratives. And yes, my three-legged bench is laziness. Okay, I was gonna get I was about to just do another really lazy move. I'm trying to decide where I want to clamp, how I want to, I kind of want to solder over this bench, but I don't really know how to do that because I don't have anything that this clamp can grab onto except for the edge, which is way underneath. Maybe I'll just screw something into it. All right. For those of you just joining me, this is a very casual stream. As you can tell, me talking off camera right now. I am trying to actually work on a project as I'm filming, and so that requires me to run off camera a lot in order to actually get my tools and get the job done that I'm setting out to do here. Checking comments intermittently, and okay, so get my drill plugged in here. Let's see if my laptop can survive being unplugged for a minute so I can get this drill plugged in. Not really the drill for, not really made for putting screws in. Big geared drill like this, but it will work. All right. I'll do 2 screws. All right. And that should work to attach this thing. Let's see what everyone said here. You buy a tool like that and forget about it. Yeah, I have so many tools that I buy and forget about, but I've tried to get better at that. I took a note from Adam Savage on the channel Tested to build a rolling tool cart. I have a very poorly viewed video back on my channel about building my rolling tool cart inspired by Adam Savage. I don't know that he's the guy to take advice to about organizing a workshop. If you've seen his, I mean, he's got a lot of tools and he keeps them somewhat organized, but I think if Jamie Heineman were making videos about organizing a shop, those would be the ones to really listen to. But by having my rolling tool cart, I have a lot of tools that I probably would have lost years ago. They have a home now, at least, and I don't lose them so easily. Yeah, I haven't read any Tolstoy yet. Someone mentioned Tolstoy. 3 to 4 names per person gets to me. Yes. Oh my gosh. So reading translated Russian literature, the naming conventions are extremely confusing. Everyone has 3 to 4 names. And they tend to introduce a lot more characters than an English novel would, a modern English novel. And so, yeah, understanding who everybody is, even when you've been reading for days in the same novel, you can easily forget who the book is talking about and who this person is that they're calling a new name all of a sudden. I've heard advice if you're reading some of the older, especially translated Russian novels, that one of the best things you can do is make a list of the people, the characters that are introduced as they come up and what their different names are. What was I walking over here for? The bearing, the pillow bearing. And Dragonkin, yep, 3 legs. If you have a 3-legged bench, all 3 are always touching the ground. That was exactly my thought. But it is unsteady on 2 axes, and that's I probably should not have put. If I'd been thinking, I would have put this further over one of the corners with a leg, because now it's got more weight over one of the sides without a leg. Maybe I'll move that. Yeah. So, shoot, I could move that really quickly with my drill plugged in. I'll do that in a minute. Lay down a couple sheets of aluminum foil where I'm soldering. Yeah, I could. These clamps need clamps. Yeah, Adam Savage. He's about taming the chaos more than true organization. That's a apt analysis. I keep messing. I have this paper stuffed in this tube to keep my tubing centered, but I keep wanting to pull this out to adjust something, and then I have to realign the tissue. So one of the things that, as I was listening with my wife to the Les Mis audiobook, one of the things that I found interesting about the book, it was really hard to get through the first 3 hours and like not even have the main character introduced. But one of the things that was really interesting in the novel that did not make it into any of the adaptations that I was used to hearing the story from. In the novel, so the story is basically a convict goes and, he stays the night with a priest, the only person who will give him room and board for the night because he's a convict and everyone's afraid of him. And then he ends up stealing the priest's silver and running off. And when he returns, the priest gives him instead of saying you're a thief and having the police arrest him, he's like the police capture him, and he says, "Oh, this was a gift, but you forgot the extra silver that I was going to give you. You forgot the candlesticks in addition to the silverware." And so the priest kind of lets him off the hook in terms of giving him, showing a picture of grace. Really, he's trying to demonstrate the concept of grace. But in all the adaptations I've seen, that's what turns the main character around. And from then on, he's a really good guy. But in the book, it's not like that. And I wasn't really expecting that. In the book, what happens is that Jean Valjean, the main character, the convict, he instead of having a change of heart right at that moment after the priest decides not to have him arrested and actually gives him more silver than what he stole, he doesn't know what happened. Like he can't comprehend what just happened to him with this priest. And he basically runs away. He tears out of the village because he's so freaked out by what the what the priest just did, and that so blew his expectations of the situation. He thought he was going back to prison, and as he's in like a staggered state, and he falls asleep on the side of the road, and a kid happens by, like a traveling performer, and he's like tossing a coin up and down in the air, and the kid, this coin is like worth a day and a half wage or something, and it rolls under the convict's shoe, and he put, or like up to him, and he puts his shoe over it, and the kid asks for his coin back, and just out of habit, being like a hardened criminal, he's like, no, I'm gonna steal this. Like he's like, no, you can't have your coin back. I'm not gonna do anything for you. And the kid starts, kicking and screaming and trying to get his coin back, and Jean Valjean just shouts at him and scares him off. And not even really realizing what was happening. He was just tired and fell asleep on the side of the road and still processing all that had happened to him the following day, or the previous day. And he eventually gets up and notices the coin under his boot. And it's not till then that he realizes he just stole from this kid. And like, that's what changes him. That's when it hits him that he has a choice at that moment to either the contrast between what the priest did for him in terms of not having him arrested versus what he just did to that kid, stealing from a kid for no reason. He had just been given a ton of money from the priest, and he just stole like a tiny bit off this kid. That shocked him into realizing like he's got to change at this point. Like, if he doesn't change from what that priest did to him, he's going to become like unrecognizably evil, basically. He realizes that the priest did something to him that he can't ignore, and he can't just go on like normal anymore. And it's interesting to see that in the novel. It's not so, oh, the priest did something meaningful to me, and now my whole life has changed. But it's more of the priest did something meaningful to me. I realized that I'm not at all like that guy. I stole from this, still stole from this kid, and like, what is suddenly that is what shocks him and makes him realize, like, I don't know. It's just different, and I enjoyed it. And and reading a book is as enormous as Les Mis. Even listen like 65 hours on audio. You gotta fish. You really gotta dig deep to find. You gotta be willing to slog through a lot of stuff that that you gotta make sense of before you get to the nuggets. But yeah, that was worthwhile. I thought that was a really cool part of the book. Thank you for reminding me to plug the laptop back in. I actually already did. Yeah, so if you are just joining me, how many people do we have on? 18 right now. Man, thank you guys for sticking with me. I'm curious how many of you have been here since the start of the stream. I'm just basically leaving the camera running as I'm working today. As per usual, if you've seen my earlier streams, that's just what I do with these. I'm trying to set up right now a soldering job and trying to clamp this together. I'm figuring out if clamps are going to work, really, is what I'm doing for this job, or if I need to attach it more securely. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can't move as I'm doing this. You know what? I really like Jason Green's earlier idea of drilling tiny holes through my copper here and inserting wires to either mushroom over or just clamp, just a bend over in order to hold these pieces together a little more securely while I solder them, because this is a little bit, this is not going to work, I don't think, just clamping these. All right, so I'll drill the holes through this copper first. I'm going to need to rebend it a little bit to match this pipe after I drill these holes, I think, but it should be way easier that way. All right, so let's put a little mark in this copper just to see where everything lines up here before I go drill the holes. That's not. And as I've mentioned a lot of times during this stream, if you're just now joining us, I am in the midst of a project here, and so I'm sorry if I'm not being super active on camera. I am trying to get this project actually built. Does the self-cooling fabric appear whiter in artificial light as well, or just sunlight where it reflects UV? It appears whiter in all lighting conditions, all visible lighting conditions, because it scatters light indiscriminately. That's what any good white surface is meant to do, is scatter visible light indiscriminately through diffuse reflection, as opposed to specular reflection, which would be like a mirror. Diffuse reflection makes things white. Specular reflection makes things metallic, mirror-like. All right, I'm going to reverse the camera over here so that you can see. I'm going to go over to the drill press. What a train wreck. All right. All right, over here we go. Oh, you know what? Before I drill holes in this, I should find the wire that I want to use. So, tiny drill bits. Woo, it didn't break. Just a beaker full of water. Oh man. thought we were gonna break another one. I've broken a lot of beakers in this shop. Mostly because the shop always looks like this. And there's always beakers strewn about. Adds a little excitement to the stream, maybe. Oh, this is, I don't know how well you can see it all the way over there, but this is the rolling tool cart I referenced earlier, the Adam Savage inspired design. And I do like this thing. But currently it's so messy I can't really roll it very effectively, but I can push it into the wall at least. All right, so let's clamp. Can I drill it from this side? No. Got to drill it from this side. I was thinking I could maybe hold it together with vice grips while I do that, but I guess this doesn't have to be. This only has to be. It doesn't matter if the hole is sloppy or anything because it's gonna be held by solder eventually, not the wires that I'm about to fish through. It's just temporary holds, so should be okay. So just drill these holes kind of haphazardly by hand. If I come in like this. Get it in here? Okay, I can get it in here, so. Nice. Pretty surprised that second drill bit didn't just break. It was these teeny tiny drill bits. It's really hard to get them to go in perfectly straight, especially on a smooth metal surface. I guess I could have done a hole punch before I started drilling. Because if you get the drill bit sliding out at all when you start to drill with a teeny tiny drill bit, it just goes in at an angle. And then the bit itself is bent as it's spinning, and usually they snap. But that worked okay. It went through. And I bought like 100 pack of tiny drill bits on Amazon or eBay or something so that I can work fast and don't have to baby them so much. Not worried if one or two breaks. So I just have some little tiny wire here, and we're going to try a suggestion made by Jason Green of threading a little bit of copper wire through the holes and just using that as a temporary hold as I go to solder these pieces together. I was trying to feed some wire through the back of the piece. It's a little bit tricky. what I do with my big. I'm going to get another piece of plier, another pair of pliers, so I can twist these wires together. Yeah, so I used to do a lot of automotive work in this shop. I've always driven really crappy cars. I mean, well, I shouldn't say crappy. Old cars. I had a 1986 F-250 that always needed something done to it. And then right now I'm driving like a 2003, I think, Impala. And when you drive old cars, it's good to have a workshop where you can do a lot of repairs. But I found that was really difficult to do while I was doing my scientific kind of experiments, to have auto repairs going on in the same room, and the grease and the mess associated with that. And so I'm really happy I found a really inexpensive mechanic in town that I trust. So I haven't done a lot of auto repairs in here since, for the last 2 or 3 years, but the remainder of auto repair stuff is still all over here. I bring that up because I just showed a wide shot of my shop, and it's pretty messy. I got a wall of wrenches over there, and I got a welder on the wall. Pretty messy for a shop where we're trying to do radiative cooling inventive projects. A clean desk is a sign of a sick mind, huh? Yeah, I guess I don't begrudge anyone for using my stapler. It is a constant. I do not I do not like working in a mess, but I just have a really hard time changing my ways with how I work. When I'm in the middle of a project and I'm really excited about what I'm doing, I can't get out of the habit of just when I need a piece of equipment, when I need a tool, I just grab it off the shelf, I use it, and then I just throw it down, on a table or on a workbench. I don't put it back right away, and I have a really hard time getting out of that habit. I think this piece just broke. I need to put a new one in here. But I don't like working in a mess. Every once in a while I do take, it takes me about a week of time, and that's why I don't do it very often. But I'll take about a week and sit down and just find a home for all the stuff that I've accumulated for these projects that doesn't have a home, and try to organize. And I don't think I've ever got to the bottom of it. I don't think I've ever had a point in my shop where I organized everything that I currently had to have a home. But I've gotten 90% of the way there sometimes, and that's really nice to work in my shop when I've done that. It's just, it takes so much time that I could be using inventing stuff. And I don't think working in a messy shop slows me down that much. It just, I just don't like it. And so that's not very motivating to change when it's just, I don't like it, instead of, well, it's actually stopping me from doing things. My wife would like me to develop that habit a little more of having a home for everything in the house, but out in the workshop, it is what it is. All right, I think that is fairly fairly held together. It's not super secure, but it's secure enough to get the job done, maybe. So, all right, so I think the right soldering order here, since I have this joint secured, the thing to do maybe is to do the soldering that needs to be done to, let me mark before I do anything here. Let me mark off where this needs to sit, because I want to pull the bearing and pipe out again. So this needs to sit about like this. Oh, is Sharpie gonna, is Sharpie gonna do something weird to the solder? I don't think so. I think that'll be fine. It'll come off in the flux. All right, so since this joint is now secured between these two pieces, I'll worry about soldering each of these individual pieces to this pipe first, and then do the joint that's connected currently last. And that should work. I think that'll work. So the difficult one to do is going to be this big curved joint that goes around the pipe there. This you can't see that from here. The most difficult joint to do is going to be this big curve going around the circumference of this pipe. So I think that this joint at the bottom is going to have the better chance of staying solid while I'm going and doing this curved part. So I'll do this first, I'll do this second, and then I'll do this final joint last. Okay. Here we go. Oops. Let's just get this all set up before I get started here. And flux. What do I want to use? Do I want to use that's probably too big for a soldering iron, so I think I'll use a little, I could use my big torch. I could use my big torch, but I think I'll go with a little pen torch thing. These are pretty cool. Like $15 for a 3-pack on Amazon or something, little butane torches. I use these for my my carbonate-based Senko Hanabi sparklers. These are really good for lighting those. So yeah, so if I do this joint right here first, that will also give me some leverage to do some final adjustments to the bends, to bend the rest of this into place. Just some final little adjustments here or there. So let me put a little flux. I sometimes use the wire. I'm going to get soldering tips now, aren't I? My secret is just use good paste flux. Good paste flux and use plenty of it. That's about all that's always worked for me. All right, so if I'll open up the door again so I'm not breathing fumes as much. And I need a drink. Yeah, this is yeah, Reese, this is a lot of work to get the bearing mounted, isn't it? A Y joint or T joint instead of an elbow. You know what? Yeah, this would have been less work if I had made this out of a bigger sheet and made it one piece, so I didn't have this additional joint in the middle, wouldn't it? I don't know. You live and learn. I don't know. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and now maybe I would go back and change things. Use a second clamp here. There we go. That's better. Just making sure this is aligned just how I want it. All right. If that's not lined up perfectly, I can make some bends in a minute. Yeah, so I'm going to heat up the thicker piece of copper, and I'll wait until it's hot enough to have caused the metal underneath it to start sucking in the flux. And maybe this isn't quite a big enough torch for the job, but it looks like it's working. Looks like it's gonna work, maybe. Yep, there we go. Sucking it in. All right, I think that did it. Might adjust it a little bit. I'm going to get the bigger torch. This is a little undersized. All right. Whew, let's not cook my clamps. Perfect. Yeah, that'll work. Should have you guys a little closer so you could actually see what was going on. It's not too bad. Wait for this to cool down a bit, and then I think we're just about lined up where I want this top plate to be. I have a choice maybe between trying to rebend this a little bit, or I can just, if I need to adjust it a little bit, I can just like kind of force it and open up a little bit of a gap somewhere instead of trying to rebend the metal entirely. And that gap, I'll just fill it with solder and it'll be fine. Yeah, things like this should not take, I don't know, they take a lot of time because I'm doing something I've never done before. And I'm sure there was a much faster way to mount a bracket like I'm doing. And I just am ignorant of it. Yeah, I don't know how many people are. I know a few of you are Michigan locals. I've never really seriously considered having an in-person meet and greet because I don't know. I don't know how many people would show up from Michigan, and I don't know. It seems a little unfair to those people that are further away. And what the heck would we do? I could teach you guys how to make sparklers. My workshop's not exactly a nice, safe environment for visitors, so. Yeah, that looks pretty dang good. I think after this is all soldered together, what little tiny bit of gap there is can be fixed just by bending it afterwards. So I think the next step is to solder the curve here. That might be a little bit it might be a little bit trickier. I knew this was going to be the tricky part, but how hot are you? Not too hot. Fortunately, I'm using these pillow block bearings, which are they're self-centering. So if your shaft is off center a little bit, they'll actually twist. They'll twist a little bit to compensate, and so that helps. If you don't align things exactly right, you can get away with a little bit of play. All right. Yes, totally normal. I agree with you. I sanded down to the brass so that I'm not. You have to be careful about what coatings they put on plumbing parts that are not meant to be, or any part that's not meant to be soldered. You know. But if you hit it with sandpaper until you get down to shiny bare metal, in this case bare brass, it solders pretty well. And yeah, you don't have problems with anything flaking off or whatever. Okay, big torch again. Double check that we're still looking good. Focus most of the heat on the heavy piece. I'm just getting melting the solder into the gap, or I mean the flex into the gap. I have to be careful. I can get a cold joint because I'm putting the solder right kind of into the flame, and that's not great. Hey, that looks good. Yeah, that looks that went fast with the bigger torch. That, I mean, ignore the extra bit, but it filled every little gap around the arc is full of solder. That's not a bad result for such a an odd joint to make. So last one is this joint here. Do I do that now or do I adjust before I do that? Let's just wait for this to cool down and then double check that this is gonna still fit, I guess. Wait for it to cool down. Cools down pretty fast when you got this giant tube acting as a heat sink. But then the tube is kind of warm. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm going to solder it just as it is. I really like soldering stuff. I think that it's, I don't know. It's so much easier than welding. It's like you can do it with a lighter if you really were in a tough spot. You don't even need a torch. I love working with copper and brass and all this stuff. I like getting a little bit of solder in there before it's quite up to temp to do the whole job, because then it kind of, the little bit of solder you start with tells you when everything is up to temp, because it starts melting into the gap. Good. A little bit of overflow came out on the bottom, but that'll just reinforce things. All right, get a little rubbing alcohol. When that cools down a little bit, I'll spray it to get the flux off. Paper towels. Solder should be, the solder should be pretty cold now. This is just a little bit of ethanol. Help clean up the excess flux. I feel kind of cool making stuff out of brass and copper, actually. It's like, I don't know, I'm used to, my start with, I made a lot of like PVC potato guns and stuff like that. I got really used to working with PVC and plastics. And now when I branch out a little bit and I grab some metal that I can know how to work with adequately well, it's a good feeling to make something that's actually sturdy, not just PVC and plastic stuff. Just cutting the wires off that were on there, and I had steel wool on this bench. There it is over there. There's a little extra drip of solder on the side there. I'll get that off quick. All right, there it goes. There we go. Not bad. It took me what? 2.5 hours or something? How long have we been at this stream? I guess the whole I wasn't doing this for the whole length of the stream, but I was doing it for a significant portion of it. This is kind of a critical part of the thing that I'm building, of the heat blower, the fiber blower. And so if I'm going to spend my time on anything, this is where I knew I was going to have to spend a lot of time. So it sits on there, it's going to rotate, and it comes out the other end, and it will be centered by another bearing at the front. So that's not too bad. Just need to drill a couple holes to attach this bearing on, and that'll work. All right. I guess I'll reverse the camera again, because I'm gonna go over and drill those holes on the drill press. I'm going to leave the bearing right in place on this thing and use that as a guide use the holes in the pillow block to guide my drill bit for where the holes go in the copper. And I need the right size. This, yeah, there we go. Got to figure out, I've never looked into what it takes to lubricate a drill chuck. But this chuck is super gummy. This is probably a 30-year-old drill press, give or take. Maybe older than that. And it's not a good one. And the grease in this drill chuck has gotten really gummy. It feels like it's full of chewing gum. Very hard to... Does not turn smoothly. I'll leave it at that. Okay. Nice. Have a nice flat platform. Send the drill bit through. So I got one of the holes drilled. I think I was just about to drill the other one, and I realized I should probably throw a bolt or something through there just to keep it aligned when I drill the second one. So now I just need to figure out, I don't actually have bolts that necessarily fit that just on hand. Look in my scrap bin of random assorted things to see if I have a couple bolts that'll fit through there. If you have a workshop and you do not have a bin of random assorted nuts and bolts and all kinds of weird shelving bracket things, I don't understand how you do things. All right, 2 little bolts of the same approximate size would be perfect. Lug nuts, these, I'm gonna throw these out. I definitely don't need a whole set of lug nuts. Maybe 1 or 2. For a truck that I haven't owned in 10 years. 5 years at least. Here's two little nuts and bolts, but I think they're a little large for the hole I just drilled. I guess I could drill it out a little larger to accommodate these. They fit. Ooh, they're very close. Oh, they might fit if I force the threads through the copper. Actually, if I force the threads of a screw through this copper, it might even bite well enough that I don't need to use a nut. Nah, it's not quite strong enough. I'll put a nut on the other side. Sweet. And this is why you have the random assorted crap bin. Because you can find just the thing you're looking for when you need it. And this is also how you end up with a shop that is so incredibly full of garbage that you're afraid to throw away. Double-edged sword, for sure. Oops. Put these on and then I'll give you a little close-up view of this. I'm gonna go find a wrench that fits these nuts. There we go. Little, wow, exactly the right size in my scrap bin. That's actually, unless you have a scrap screw bin, I don't know that you can understand how extraordinarily rare that is to find exactly what you need in your scrap bin when you need it. And this thing still spins freely. I might make some minor adjustments now. Because this is a copper plate, I can really easily bend it if I want this to be push the plate down a little bit so that the rod is passing through this hole in the pipe more evenly. It looks great. Perfect. Wow, we did it. One tiny little task of this project completed in 3 hours. Now I've got to do the other side and get one of the sleeve bearings in there instead of a roller bearing. You know, I was kind of skeptical that I would actually get anything done going live. I usually, in the past, when I've said I'm logging on, oh, this can't, it's good. In the past, when I've said I'm logging on to do a project during a live stream, I get pretty distracted in talking to you guys and don't actually accomplish anything. But I've been doing okay today, besides it taking a long time, but it honestly probably would have taken me a couple hours to get this done myself anyways. Nice. Just having this, it's pretty centered right now, and we just need, what did I do with my little sleeve bearings? I'm going to close up this door again. All right. We'll leave that connected for now. Might need it again. Yeah, so these little things are kind of neat. They're not called bearings, they're bushings. These are they're like graphite, I think they're graphite and brass lined little sleeves that when you don't have the room to actually put in a genuine roller bearing, these little sleeves just with a graphite and brass lining on the inside of them provide pretty good lubrication, especially for the situation where I'm going to be using these in, where we're going to have hot air blowing through this pipe. And one of these big, well, they're not big, but these pillow bearings, that would block a good portion of the output of this pipe. It'd just get in the way. And the grease inside this bearing might melt. The plastic, there's like plastic covers on the outside of the bearing that would maybe melt off too. A little bushing like this doesn't have any grease that could melt. It's dry lubricated, and it should provide enough lubrication to just, center this little tube. And I don't know, that's the idea anyways. I thought about I thought about making my own. A few videos back when I kind of did a little, not a review, but I tested the grass rope making machine that I got from like AliExpress, and I had to fix a bunch of stuff on that machine. I found that graphite foil, which you can purchase in big rolls, is a great lubricant. Basically does the same job as one of these bushings, but you can just wrap it around a shaft and then clamp that shaft down with whatever, like a metal strap or whatever, with the graphite foil in between. And that acts as a pretty good impromptu bearing that'll last, well, for as long as a hobby project will go on anyways. Maybe not for an industrial use for, multiple months without needing to be changed, but graphite foil is pretty handy stuff. But yeah, I figured I'd give these a try. It was like $2 for a 12 pack. So that's what I'm going to start with. And now I've got to think about it a little bit, because I haven't really thought about how I want to mount this. So this shaft is going to have one of a little metal container. Here's one. So this shaft is going to have a metal container on the end of it. And inside of this container is going to be fluid. And so as it's rotating, the fluid, especially upon the first moment that it's injected, it may be out of balance. It might, pool to one side or the other. And so there might be some significant vibrations that need to be fought at the front of this tube as it's spinning really rapidly. And so this can't just be held, I think it needs to be held at least by 2 points coming at it like this, maybe by 3 points with coming at it in all directions. And so the question is, can I get away with like drilling a hole in this pipe and just feeding, like wrapping wires around the bushing or something and having wires come out holes in this pipe just mounted to this wall and just really tightly wrapped around this? Or do I need to solder something else? I think I can solder to these bushings. There's steel. The outside is steel, but it's copper plated. That might not be good enough. They might not work. I'm not sure if I can solder to them or not. But I've got to think about this one a little bit as to what I want to do. The other option I was thinking was just like cutting the end of this pipe, cutting little flaps into it that you can like push inward to like clamp the bushing just with the bent end of this pipe. But I think that would obstruct airflow more than I want, and it would also not be all that secure. Unless maybe if I soldered the little flaps of this thing to this bushing, that might be really secure. But yeah, Brandon Whaley says soldered copper tabs instead of wires would be good. So yeah, and there's a couple ways that I could do that. I could actually use, so that this tube, even it's chrome plated brass. And there's so I just thought of one idea. It would be really hard to, I just thought of one idea. So if I take this pipe and I suppose I cut into it like this and then like this. It's not showing up on the camera real well. Okay, suppose I cut out a shape like that. That's probably too long. Doesn't need to be that long. If I cut out a shape like that, then I could fold it. See, it's cut right there. I could fold it inward. And if I did that on 3 different points around the perimeter of this so that they meet in the middle, it could hold, the 3 points could hold this tube centered, and I could solder them to it. See what I'm talking about? So what I would need is for these tabs to be measured in depth. This cut right here needs to be the radius of this circle minus the radius of this tube. So whatever that length is, like from the wall to this tube, is how long this cut needs to be. Or I guess it could be a little bit longer. So I could make the cut here deeper, and instead of contacting this central tube on the very, I'm sorry that like reflections coming off this, instead of contacting this central tube on the edge of this cut, it could like go to the side of it, and like you get a larger face to solder against. Yeah, right. You want more than the radius. You want to have material to solder to it, so you could have it going. Let me yeah. So like. So like something like this, you bend the tabs in, and then they're, that's actually a good way to do it, I think, because that should be adjustable. I should be able to move that tube side to side, and these flaps should just, scoot around it to compensate for the repositioning. And when I have it positioned correctly, then I can solder it in place. I really like that. If, and this is kind of a big if these sleeves, if these bushings can be soldered to. Either way, I think maybe doing it like this, and if this can't be soldered to, I'll just figure something else out to solder into that shape, to solder like that this would fit into in the center of this shape. There we go. That's the solution. Hey, we actually came up with a good idea live, I think. All right. So So let me get a little precise ruler that I can kind of measure, get an idea of what size I need these tabs to be. All right, so the diameter of this, I think it's 1.5 inches. Let me just confirm that that's real. 1.5 inches. So if these tabs are 3/4 inch, that will be enough for them to contact the very center. That'll be like a whole radius. Oh, you know what? If the tabs are as long, all right. So if the tabs are as long as the full radius of the circle, then pi is 3.14159. If we're using a full radius, that means that we're going to be using, out of that 3.14, we're going to be using 3. So 0.14 of the remainder of this circumference is all the material that there will be left holding those tabs on. So what I can do is that I can, instead of cutting them as squares like I just showed, instead of cutting them, let's see, let me get this paper again. So instead of cutting them like, okay, so I just realized what I can do. Instead of cutting them in this shape and bending them inward, I can cut them in, I can cut them like that. And then there'll be more meat. If the other one starts right here, the cut will go down further, and there will be more meat to make this bend on the pipe where it connects to the rest of the pipe. So if I cut over and down on an angle, actually all I need to do is instead of making 3 totally so what I just need to do is I need to cut 3 co-equal cuts around the circumference of the pipe down to like this depth, and then at the base of those cuts, cut an angle across like that. And then I should end up with enough meat to make a fold right here and have that be strong. Yeah? We like it? I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Am I being stupid? Any of you telling me I'm dumb? No, the tube is not ferrous. It's brass. This is a brass tube with chrome plating. If the bushing warps, I have more. I can desolder it and put in another one. So what I need is 3 co-equal points around this tube. How does one make 3? How does one divide a circle into 3 perfect points? You make a triangle, right, that fits the circle. Actually, you make any equilateral triangle would show you where to make your marks if it were small. Actually, how do you draw? Is there a simple geometrical trick to drawing a perfect equilateral triangle? Because if I can make an equilateral triangle with, how do you do that? Do I need to look up a little video here, how to draw an equilateral triangle? All right, I'm opening up a different YouTube tab here. So I'm not watching the live stream myself right now. How to draw an equilateral triangle. Let's see what it says. All right, you need a compass. I just got an awesome awesome new compass that I'm excited to use. So that's nice. I get to use my compass. Oh, duh. Okay. All right, so here is how you make an equilateral triangle. Not terribly complicated. I don't know. I probably could have. I do not have a very good mathematical mind, so I probably would not have thought of this. And bring it in close. I feel like I should have been able to think of this, but I don't think I would have on my own without watching 10 seconds of another video. So, so what I want to do is I want an approximate, just an approximation, let's say 1.25 inches. The size triangle that I think I'm going to need for this, we'll just assume 1.25 inches, more or less. Okay, got a little line there. Next, you set your compass to match the end of that line. And scribe it out. There's no lead in this compass, so you go to each end of the point and you scribe it, each end of the triangle and you scribe it out. And there we go. I got a little mark on the paper that you're definitely not going to be able to see on camera, but if I take my compass here, or my ruler here, and draw a line to there, and then draw a line to there. That wasn't quite right. There we go, equilateral triangle. All right, I'm happy I bought that compass yesterday, or 2 days ago. So I'm going to cut that out, and then I'll use this as a guide to mark my 3 points around this circle that I need to cut. There's scissors. Yeah, there are some things that that I know how useful they are, like geometry. Like, man, geometry for people who build stuff is insanely useful. But I suck at it. And I don't know. It's just the kind of information that even when most information will stick in my head if I understand the practical use for it. And if I were to change how education generally works in any way, it would be making more of an emphasis on why the information that you're learning is, like, the practical ways that it's used, and like make people feel that they're learning something that accomplishes things. However, with something like geometry, even when I know what it accomplishes, the information just will not stick in my head. Oop, I made this a little small. I should have made it bigger so that I could bend it over, and yeah, I should have made it bigger so I could, like, bend the corners over and mark at the tips. Let's just do that really quick. Make a bigger triangle. I don't want to drop my nice stainless steel rod, though. All right, we'll make it a inch and a half, like an inch and a half this time. Someone said a compass question mark. Isn't this called a compass? Is it? I thought this was called a compass. I forget what these things are called. There's another example of why geometry does not stick in my head. I can't even remember the basic tools, the names of the basic tools. Yeah, I guess that's what a protractor or whatever is probably for also. I don't know. Grade school stuff. I can't remember. Oops. That's pretty bad when you can't, when I don't know, a 10-year-old is has more memory than you for this stuff. Is 10 years old in grade. I don't know. I don't know what ages kids are. All right, now if I bend over equal amounts of the points of these triangles over the edge of the pipe, you can just go around and put a little mark. And this doesn't have to be crazy precise anyway, because of how these tabs are going to work to wrap around the center. How the tabs are going to work to wrap around the core. It's there should be a little bit of, it should be able to have a little bit of play in it and still end up working. Circumference, not diameter. Yeah. All right, I'm going to read comments here for a second. So, hey, yeah, bucket theory. Only enough space in the brain for the most useful, applicable stuff. Yeah. It's sad. When you've learned a lot of stuff on especially on a lot of different subjects, and you realize you don't know stuff that you learned before anymore, you realize the limits of the human mind. And it's kind of a bummer. But it's also not that, I don't know, there's more to life. Yeah, thanks, Jason Green. You are a wealth of help this video. Thank you for all your tips, for sure. Brandon Whaley, your comment about subtracting 3r from the diameter 2 pi, doesn't that still leave over half the material, not just the 145? Huh. Yeah, probably. I think you're right, Brandon. I think I'm not going to comment on that there, Scarlett. Brandon, I think you are totally right about that, because looking at the space between the marks I just made, I see, this is why I can't be trusted to do geometry in my head, because looking at the space, so there's one mark there. The next mark is way over here, and that's way more than enough distance to reach into the center of this pipe. So there's definitely, I definitely could still cut the square tabs, couldn't I? Okay, so I don't think I really need to know any math for this. I just need to know. So I need to figure out if I want to cut square tabs, or if it still makes sense to do angles. I think it probably is easier to cut square tabs because they will bend more controllably. Yeah, cutting along an angle on a pipe. I mean, it's not hard to cut an angle on a pipe as soon as you break through, because then the angle doesn't matter. You're just cutting against the edge. But I am pretty good with an angle grinder, but I guess I probably need to whip out the Dremel to really do this precisely. Yeah, so I'm not gonna fuss around with any more measurements that I can't fit inside my pea brain. I'm just going to use a little piece of tape. So I want to reach a little bit past, maybe into the center of the pipe. Let's see, right there. All right, this is approximately the size of the tab I want to cut. I don't need it this thick. So that is going to be that should be adequate. So I'm just going to go around this circle, stick this to the pipe. I didn't do a very good job of cutting this square, but it doesn't really matter. I'll just trim off. Didn't I have a razor blade? Yes. So just whatever. So this is the size of tab I'm going to cut. Whatever that is. Don't really care what it technically is, but I'm going to cut this size tab. It's long enough to reach into the middle. Move this to the next mark. Yeah. Look at how much space. Look at how much space till that next mark. How did I get that math wrong in my head so badly? That is... Someone earlier mentioned visualizing, making things that are in your brain physical, and that is my skill set. Something in my brain, not the geometry of it, but to be able to build something in my head is my skill set. Doing math in my head is not. Absolutely not. I have all kinds of tricks. Even like, yeah, my time. I could not do my times tables without my fingers. But I've developed all kinds of tricks to simple stuff like that to be able to fake my way around. But I'm pretty good at imagining a design in my head and making it real. All right, we got flat tabs, flat tab, flat tab. That ought to work. So for this, I will pull my I will pull my Dremel out. And yeah, let's just double check that this is indeed long enough to reach the center of the pipe. It is more than adequate, so that's going to work. These tabs should be just about right. Yeah, Dremel and cutoff wheel, and a real vise, maybe not. Yeah, I'll move the camera over to my actual bench vise to cut these tabs. First, let me dig out where I put my Dremel. probably my favorite. I think someone asked what my favorite tool was. When I was a kid, I really wanted a drill press. It took me way too long to get a drill press. I always wanted one of those. That's like the tool for working on the things that I like to work on, like potato guns and stuff. But my favorite tool nowadays probably, and even then if I thought about it, probably is a cutoff wheel. Whether it's on a Dremel or an angle grinder, I love I love cutoff wheels, and I'm a little bit proud of how good I am with one. I say forebodingly. All right. I had a diamond disc mounted to this. I forget why I bought these diamond discs. Should I try a diamond disc for brass, or should I put on one of the wheels that I intended to use? Where are my good cutoff wheels aren't in this box, dang it. Where are my Dremel cutoff wheels? I might have to use a diamond wheel if I can't find where I put my cutoff wheels. Should be fine. Yep, we're gonna go for it. We're using a diamond wheel on this brass. Might ruin the wheel. Who cares? All right. Okay, let's bring you guys back over to the bench vise to make these cuts. I'm going to disconnect the audio again. I'll try to remember to double check it when I plug you guys back in. You might hear a pop. All right. Okay, let's see here. Plug this guy in. A little bummed. I don't know what I did with my proper cutoff wheels. They might be in the house, but I bought a ton of these diamond wheels for cutting something, and well, it should be adequate. We'll see. Hopefully this isn't too loud for you guys. About to turn this on. It worked. I think that the diamond wheel, it's rubbed pretty much completely smooth on the edge, so it may not finish all these cuts. I might have to change wheels a couple times, but it worked for the first one. Got to get on this side for the second. What in the world? I think I'm pretty sure the diamond wheel didn't just automatically... Oh, you know what? It got rougher. I wonder if there's diamond embedded more deeply in the wheel than just the surface or something, because it all of a sudden just started cutting really well. I don't know why. That was weird. Oh well. I was about to say I needed to stop and change wheels, but maybe not. Tab 1 done-ish. Might need some adjustment when we get down to it. Okay, tab 2. This pipe is getting hot. I kind of lean against it to brace myself, so I might have to give it a second to cool down. Can't spray it with the alcohol I usually would because it would wash the Sharpie away. I guess I can spray on the inside. I like alcohol because it yeah, it's not important. It's a little dangerous to spray alcohol on a hot piece if there's sparks around, but I like it in moderation. Not sure why that was happening. Don't know why it was binding just there. This disc is really worn out now, but I'm just trying to make the final 3 millimeters of cut that I need. There we go. All right. Sweet. Now that I have the Dremel out, so I want to solder to this. I guess my two options, I could sand off the chrome plating on this side, but actually the inside of the pipe is not chrome plated, and so maybe I don't have to do any sanding. I can just kind of clean that up on the inside a little bit and then use that inside surface to solder to. In any case, let me figure out how I want to bend these over cleanly, and we'll kind of deburr the inside after doing all that cutting. Move you back over to where I was working before. Plug the audio back in. I'll double check that the mic is actually plugged in this time. I think we're good. Let me know if you can't hear me. I'll be watching the comments for a second just to make sure nothing went wrong when I plug that back in. Of course, if you can't hear me, you can't hear this. Okay. Audio is good. Thanks, guys. So guess I have my file here somewhere. Where did I set that? There's sandpaper. There's my file. Clean the burrs off of this. This really is the key piece. The key piece of this whole project. So hopefully, once I get this done, the rest of it is going to go much faster. After this, all I need to really do is mount mount this thing through a hole in the back of this fitting, and then connect a hot air to this source and my liquid to this source. It's just a matter of connecting everything up, really, once I get further than this. All right. Do I just bend this with my fingers, or do I try to, I think I need to have some clamping force in order to bend this evenly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this should work. I'll show you guys when I'm done in a second here, done bending. Brandon, thank you for pointing out. Thank you for pointing out that I would have plenty of room to bend these tabs with the rectangular shape. Perfect. They meet in the middle. I'm going to actually make them not meet in the middle. So there's my, it actually holds the bushing just like that. I mean, it's locked in there right now. That's not a secure enough connection to actually use this thing, because it would rattle free so fast. But that is basically the idea. So now I need to solder that in place. I'm going to put the rod through the center and insert it in the back of this bearing before I solder this in, because I want to make sure that everything's lined up. I think there would be some flexibility in these fins to just crank it into the angle that I need, but better to get it close before I go soldering stuff. Yeah, this is a good way to hold something into the center of a pipe, huh? That's a neat trick. It's one of the reasons why I love doing such a wide variety of stuff on this channel, is that I learn such interesting tricks to do stuff. I'm really not, I don't think of myself as a very skilled builder of things. My skills of building things are not, I cannot do things, I don't know, I'm starting to learn more about doing stuff like this, but it's definitely not because of my lack of geometry skill and no engineering training at all. I don't know what I was saying. This isn't my primary skill set, but I appreciate that I can learn things along the way with your guys' help this time, which was awesome. Yeah, that's going to work perfect. Yeah, the point of this, so when my plastic solution that I'm going to feed through this gets below its freezing point, it's like a really soft paste wax. Kind of like the consistency of Vaseline. And it won't spin well into fibers when it's in that frozen, like Vaseline-like state. It makes really brittle fibers if it's not fully liquefied before it's turned into them. And so the point of this is that I'm going to feed hot air through this pipe. It's going to keep the central shaft at a good temperature to remelt whatever is shoved in, so that even if my hopper is in that Vaseline frozen state, as I feed it into this, the hot air is going to liquefy it and make it the right temperature to form good fibers pretty much automatically. By the time they come out the end of this pipe, they should be liquid and in a good state to spin out. And I'll have a pulley on the back here connected to another motor that rotates this whole thing up to speed. All right. That is pretty well centered. I don't really care about it being perfectly centered because that really doesn't matter too much. So do I just solder it? Do I just see? Let's see if solder. It's going to be a little hard to solder this because it's like, I guess I can use this little torch, but it's like an interior surface. Does it take much force to spin in place? It takes a little bit of force. I think some of that is that the this bushing is wanting to be forced into misalignment by the angle of these fins, which is not quite bent proper. Like they're not at quite the right angle. But I think once they're soldered and they're like rigidly secured to this, I think that it'll smoothen up because I'll be able to like bend it just by bending it a little bit by hand. It'll permanently deform the fins into the shape they want to be. And it doesn't really matter if it takes this much force, which I'm using with my fingers. It's not bad at all. Yeah, it's not rubbing anywhere. Let's try it. I'm going to leave the steel rod in place in this thing as I solder, but I will back it out a bit so that I can pull it out afterwards. It's not going to get a glob stuck to it somehow, although the solder shouldn't stick very well to stainless steel, but it could. It could stick well enough to make removing it very difficult. Okay. Yeah, that looks decent. Pretty decent. Guess we can it's pretty much holding itself in place. So I'm just going to use this thing again to hold on to it. It doesn't need to be really secured for this soldering job. I'll just set this like that maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing really, yeah, it'll be fine. Bring you guys in close again to see me do this. I need to take a water break. Have we been at this almost like 4 hours? Over 4 hours, jeez. I like doing this as a, a Patreon perk because through the years, a lot of you are new to my Patreon. I've had this Patreon page for 11 years, I think, and I have rarely, if ever, done anything. I've rarely done any Patreon exclusive stuff, and so I really like doing this. I like doing this as a little bit of a perk, even though we talked about earlier that I don't think that most of you, and I'm very thankful that most of you don't do this to get rewarded in some way. You do it because you like what I'm doing on my channel, and I'm super grateful for that. But all the same, I like doing this as a Patreon perk, and I like later on I like to post it publicly, maybe some weeks from now after this project has been made into the full video on the main channel, so that I don't spoil it for the majority of the internet. You guys just get to see a sneak peek of what I'm working on early. But at the same time, when we're doing a project this long, I wonder if I did a live stream like this and actually made it public on my channel instead of making it a private Patreon thing sometime, I wonder how many people would drop in and watch that have not seen my videos before. Especially if you do a vertical live stream. If you do a live stream in the vertical orientation on YouTube now, I don't know how many of you are watching on your phones. If you're watching on a computer, that would be super annoying to me. But doing a vertical live stream shows up in the shorts feed now. And so people that are just flipping through shorts, which is just probably 1 billion people every day, would stumble onto a live stream of us doing this in-depth stuff. And I kind of like the idea of pulling people out of that just swiping mindset and settling on something like this, where we're building something in depth for a good purpose, I think. Maybe I'll try it sometime. Okay, so I was bringing you guys in close. There we go. Vertical video is the tool of the devil. Yeah, it's I have been a vocal resistor of vertical video, and the verticalness of it is not really what I mind so much. It's the context that vertical video is shown in, like the shorts feed and like TikTok. The one thing that I really like about YouTube right now, and forever, that other social media has really wrecked, is that on YouTube you actually pick what you watch. When you're in the shorts feed, well, except on the shorts feed, YouTube is doing it there. When you're on the shorts feed, when you're on TikTok, when you're on Facebook or Instagram, you're not picking what you see. I guess you're not picking what you see on the YouTube like homepage or whatever, but you choose what you click. You do not choose what you watch, what you actually click on and start watching on TikTok, on Facebook, on Instagram, or in the shorts feed. And I think that's pretty destructive to a human being's mind. To whatever successfully captures your attention with the first few seconds, which is often the thing that actually does capture your attention, that gets your attention, is stuff that is not good for you to watch, mentally not good for you. I don't know, it's rage bait. It's bad for how we interact with other people. I am not a fan of feed driven social media. But I think a live stream, I like the move that YouTube did to put the live streams into the short feed if they're in a vertical format, because then you can actually draw people into long form content and maybe actually get them to pause for a minute and think about what they're doing and maybe click away and watch something that they choose to watch instead of what the algorithm decides their animal instincts really want. Okay, so is it better to feed the solder from this side or this side? I don't think, probably the back side, because I want a big pool of solder to collect on the back side of these fins, where it's gonna where it'll kind of make a little triangle of solder between these joints that is a good big surface. Shouldn't take a lot of heat. It's not. Oh, it is sticking to the core. I just didn't heat it up enough. I focused my heat poorly. Is that strong? Maybe. It looks okay. Wait for that. I'll wait for that fin to cool off before I do the rest of them and kind of see if it seems strong. Well, it doesn't immediately break. I think that pretty well worked. Okay, we'll do the rest of them. A little more flex this time. A little more flex, and I'll focus the heat more on the core, on the sleeve, rather than the fin. The fin heats up super fast. Oh, I can't, I got a bad angle on it. I can't see what I'm doing. Bunch of solder drip down to the bottom. That'll come out later. That one didn't seem as strong. The solder didn't flow all the way up to the top here, and I'm not sure why. Oh shoot, you know what it is? It's because I didn't clean these fins off. And I think there's a little, like just a tiny little spattering of the chrome coating on the inside of the pipe as you get close to the upper rim. And I bet this solder is not bonding to the chrome. I should have sanded the inside of these and not just counted on it being a clean brass surface. I guess I worked on the first one. I'm just going to do the last one because it's going to be really hard to clean that now that I have two of those joined. And if it breaks out, then I know what I need to fix. I know how to fix it is just take everything out and clean it up more before resoldering. Shoot, I should open up the door more. All right. I need to choose my angles a little better before I start doing this. I can't see what I'm doing. That one is not. I'm going to try one more time with more flux, otherwise, and then I'm going to clean this up if it doesn't work, because that one is not working. There we go. All right. Let that cool down. And I think I'm not going to worry about if that's kind of a weak joint. If that sleeve doesn't hold too well to the solder, I'll know soon enough when I fire it up and it breaks free. But until I know there's a problem, I'm not going to fix it. That is a mistake I've made many times. The extra solder that fell down into the pipe just pretty much pulls right out, so that's good. Except for one stubborn piece in there. Pull this. Yeah, it feels fine. Spins good. Pull this out now and the heck? It's getting stuck on something. Is there a piece of solder stuck to this rod? I can't pull it out. I can push it out. Yeah, piece of solder stuck to it. Okay, clean this up with some alcohol. Get the flux off. All right. I usually would clean flux and all this stuff pretty thoroughly, but this is kind of this is a difficult shape to really get into all the places. I gotta say though that putting in this front bushing was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Once you realize how to do it, I mean, assuming it doesn't rattle itself apart because solder doesn't stick properly to this stuff. But I think it's pretty well on there. That should be more secure than I imagined I would succeed in making it. Oh, why is this? Is this... Uh-oh. I think the set screw... how did I end up taking these out before? Oh, it's my little... I think the set screw in my bearing went in a little ways, and that's why it was hard to push that in and out. So I've been scratching up the surface of that rod, not realizing that the set screw was a little bit inset. What was that? This size? Yeah, there we go. It's good to use at least this one pillow block bearing on this build, because it means that I have the set screws on this thing, and that means that I can lock this rod in place easily. I didn't really, as I was designing this thing in my head, I wasn't really thinking about how to lock this shaft in place. There we go. Rotates freely. Looks pretty good. It's actually one of the fanciest looking metal things I've ever made. That's just a cool pattern to look at, right? I mean, that's sweet. Yeah, there we go. So, from here, Next step after, well, this will be a later step probably that I won't get to in this video, but I'm gonna put I got these wooden things that I made with a hole saw. Kind of hard to get on the shaft, but these will be my pulleys, and I just have some plastic round belt that I will use to attach this to a variable speed motor so that I can adjust this, adjust the speed of this shaft, which will be the speed at which the fibers will be flung out. In order to attach this container to the front, maybe that's what I should work on next, is attaching these containers to the front. I'm going to use the lid of one of these, permanently mounted to the end, or maybe not permanently, but mounted to the end of this shaft. And then that way I can use, I have a million of these little containers, and these I want to be replaceable so that I can play with the size of a pinhole that I poke in these, that the fibers are going to fly out of. By adjusting the size of those holes, well, various things could happen, but I want part of this to be replaceable and another part to be locked on there pretty securely. The reason I chose this size shaft is actually because it's an 8mm outside diameter shaft, which is the same size as a brake line that I commonly use. And so these brake line fittings fit over the end through various means. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this yet. I can clamp this, or I can permanently affix one of these brake line nuts on here, and then with a hole through the lid of this thing, I can clamp it down with a nut. And so that'll be how I fit these containers on. Oh, let me readjust the camera for a minute here. I think I need to take a bit of a break for a second. I really put the camera on some funny angles, don't I? I'm using the front-facing camera on my phone, and it's really weird to adjust. You know, I adjust cameras all day long, and it's really weird to level a camera. I'm not actually even sure that's level, but it's really weird to level a camera with a front-facing screen like I'm using on my phone. All right, let me catch up on comments here. I'm gonna go. Yeah, Jason Green asks if I don't have a 5-angle CNC mill. No, I do not, and I don't want one really. I have a 3D printer that I got way after everyone else already had a 3D printer, and I've barely used it. An Ender 3, even that is like it's just not how I think. I don't think about printing out parts or milling parts instead of just going to the hardware store and finding a fitting that sort of fits what I'm trying to put together. And I don't know. I'll get into 3D printing again, but probably never will I get into 5-axis CNC. I'd reach out to somebody to make me a part or something before I would try to do that myself and deal with the modeling and all that stuff. Yeah, sorry about the audio during the Dremel bit there. The microphone which I am using right now is one of the cheapest. I'm going to move it closer here. This is like, I don't even think you can buy the housing anymore. It's like one of the cheapest microphone housings that you can buy on Amazon or whatever, like $15. And I I replaced the microphone capsule in it, and I almost made a video about it, but it's not really the theme of this channel to mess with audio equipment. But I put like another high-end microphone capsule in this $15 housing and used the cheap microphones electronics to run the capsule and all that. And so it sounds a lot better than it should. The capsule I used is the same one that DIY Perks, the channel DIY Perks, used in his DIY microphone build. He made a really fancy housing and his own low noise electronics and stuff for his microphone. And I just bought a cheap microphone off Amazon and replaced the capsule. So much easier that way. I'm just catching up on comments here. How do I, okay, so yeah, how do I inject the material inside of the tube? Yeah, so that is the trick, isn't it? Because the tricky part about this, or the tricky part about this project, is that I want to feed liquid material into a spinning thing. This container is going to be rotating super fast with tiny holes in it, flinging stuff out. And I can't feed, in my previous versions, I tried all kinds of things to be able to feed liquid into the spinning head while it was rotating. And the only way that really worked was to stop the machine, unscrew the thing, refill it, screw it back on, use it for a minute until it empties again, and then you turn everything off, unscrew it, refill it again with this plastic that's going to fling out as my cooling fibers. And so the trick was to feed in the liquid plastic material while the actual head was rotating. And so I'm doing that with this hollow shaft that goes through the center of this tube, tiny little tube in the middle of this. And you can get, I actually wasn't sure how I was going to make the connection to this, because this tube is going to be rotating. I want it connected to a thing that doesn't rotate so that I can just use a hopper or like a automatic caulk gun that like will just automatically feed in a very slow flow rate of my dissolved plastic into this tube. So I need a connection to this that does not rotate. They make, I guess, something called a swivel connect, which is used for a lot of industrial purposes to connect a non-rotating tube to a rotating one. But most of those, I think, and let me know if you know where to find one in an 8mm diameter, but most of those swivel connect fittings are like custom built, or I don't know, they're expensive and kind of hard to find, because they're used for not for like hobby purposes. They're used for like industrial machinery. You can't go to Home Depot and buy one. And so what I'm going to try to do is take some of this Teflon tube. It's like the same kind of tube that would be used in a 3D printer. And it's Teflon, so it's super slippery. And it's also highly chemical resistant, which is also important, you know, because I'm going to be feeding corrosive, not corrosive, but you know, I'm feeding a solvent into this that would dissolve a lot of plastics. And so since this is chemical resistant and it's slippery, it should be able to rotate fairly freely inside of this shaft. So I'm just going to use a little piece of this too. I definitely don't need the whole thing. So this should insert into here. I haven't checked yet actually that this fits. I might need to, it seems like it's an awfully tight fit, so I might have to buy a slightly smaller diameter tube or something. But this is going to go inside of the, this will go in here. The metal tube this part is going to rotate, this part is not, and it should work. What's the RPM of the tube? Variable. I can adjust it up or down to whatever it needs to be. I'm gonna attach it to a variable motor, and we're gonna see how fast I need to go before I start making fibers. If you're just joining us, so if you're just joining us, what I'm working on here is a thing for blowing out hot plastic, not hot plastic, but warm dissolved plastic fibers. And so the molten plastic solution is going to flow through here into a spinning head that will fling out the fibers. And the reason for this outer tube is to blow hot air. The hot air is going to warm this central tube so that the plastic stays in a molten state. Otherwise, it doesn't. It kind of turns into a Vaseline type consistency, and it doesn't make good fibers. You need a lot of high heat in order to make these fibers. I keep saying high heat. It's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit or something to keep it molten. And the weather's gotten a little too cold here in Michigan to make these fibers at the ambient temp. So I'm making this heated head. This is going to have hot airflow coming through it. That hot airflow is not going to be enough volume or at a high enough speed in order to actually fling the fibers by itself. So in addition to the hot airflow, there's going to be regular cold airflow that will come out of this larger blower here and do the main work in blowing these fibers out into a fiber mat onto a surface. So hot airflow in the center mainly to keep the plastic molten at all times of year at all temperatures, and it'll be a little easier to do fine temperature adjustments and stuff that way, instead of relying on whatever the weather is doing to know if I can make fibers or not. I can just turn on the hot air and get it up to temperature, and then this big fan will do the main work of blowing these plastic fibers out onto a surface, and we end up with fibers that I have somewhere. Yeah, we end up with this fabric, which I'm not going to take out of the bag right now because my hands are filthy and I don't want to dirty it up. But this is a piece of fabric that I have made by a much simpler version of this, which worked pretty well on the first try, but has not worked very well since because of the change in the weather. It's been a while now since I started filming this live stream, so let me grab my camera and show you guys again what this process kind of looks like. Where did I set my camera? I know I set it on the ground somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, this process worked really good the first time I tried it. So here you can see a spinning fan, and in the center of this fan is it's hard for me to do this. In the center of the fan there's a white container that is full of the solvent, and I have to stop the fan in order to maybe unclogging the tiny holes that the fibers come out of there. And as this footage keeps playing, you can see that on the surface that's in front of this fan, it's actually getting whiter, and that's the fibers flying out, being blown outward by the fan and collecting on this screen where it turns into this fiber mat. Let me see if I fast forward. No, it's reverse. You can see the fibers flying through the air there as they're being blown out. And that's the goal. That's the goal with the machine that I'm currently building, but this was very, very limited in the amount of fibers that it could make because it just did it in such small quantities. I had to stop the machine every 30 seconds to refill it. So I'm working on something that's going to be able to produce fibers more continuously, and the connection or the the collection surface for the fibers is a whole nother thing. So I was using a stationary window screen. I'll grab that for you. This is a mess right now because I tried a whole bunch of different things before deciding to build this more complicated setup. But this is the window screen I was blowing it on, and the fibers pretty much just collect exactly where the fan is pointing at. And so the biggest surface the biggest like sheet of fabric that I could make is pretty much, you can see like where I tore off a chunk here. That's pretty much the largest piece of fabric that I could possibly make with that setup. So in order to make a larger piece of fabric, not only do you need a continuous feed of the plastic material, but the collecting surface has to move. It has to rotate, or like, you know, it could be a drum that constantly. So one of my friends had an idea to use a treadmill, like use the belt of a treadmill, so it's constantly rotating, and in that way you get a really long strip of fabric, at least that's in, you know, this diameter. And I decided, maybe I won't spoil what I decided on for the collecting surface yet. I think it's a pretty clever concept, and I'd like to save it for either for the full video or for maybe another live stream, building the collecting surface for these fiber mats once I get this thing up and running. How? Yeah, Gun Griffin. So how will I inject the material into the spinning shaft and keep it spinning? That was what I was showing with the. I keep setting stuff in weird places, and I don't know where I put it. The Teflon tube. Okay. Yeah. So the Teflon tube is meant to slip inside of the smaller tube here. The Teflon tube slips in here, and I'm going to insert it far enough that it's not going to just pop out. And then I'll hold this Teflon tube rigid, and because it's slippery, this tube should be able to rotate. Well, this tube is stationary. It's Teflon, it's super slippery. It should just freely rotate inside of this spinning stainless steel tube. I'll like smear it with some graphite or something if it seems like it's going to get stuck. But yeah, it should work really well, I think. Will the air cool the shaft and cause it to harden inside the pipe? No, because well, first of all, it only hardens to about the state of Vaseline, and that's still soft enough to, with a little bit of pressure, still force it through the pipe. And then once it gets to this point of the pipe where it's actually inside this larger tube, this is what's going to be blowing hot air to keep everything warm, and that will cause everything to come out. So yeah, it's solvent based, right? Yeah, so that's the goal, using the Teflon tube instead of using a swivel fitting that's meant to connect a stationary tube to a spinning tube that I don't really know how to get my hands on in an affordable way. Just inserting a Teflon tube inside of this should work. I mean, maybe it'll break occasionally, but Teflon tube is pretty cheap. It's resistant to the solvent that I'm using, and it was the easiest thing that I could think of to have a stationary tube connected to the spinning tube, and that will should work pretty well. I just need to figure out how to connect what I'm going to use to inject the molten plastic mix into the Teflon piece. I need to figure out how to connect those two things together. It's not exactly a standard hose fitting to connect what I was hoping to use with a Teflon tube. Anyways. All right. What next? Wow, we kind of finished. This whole piece is done. um, yeah, the next step of this process. The next step of this process is to take this and the next step is to take this piece and insert it into this elbow, which is going to go in here. This will be where the bulk of the airflow passes through, and this smaller one is going to go inside. I think that I want the end of this. I want the end of this of this tube to be outside the front of this one. So actually, I don't know that I want this coming in the back of this elbow like this, because there's not really enough length to it to actually extend out the front. Sorry, I know it's hard to see with the lighting right now. Maybe I need to maybe do. No, I have to go through the back. I was thinking I could like take it like this and go through the side, but then the spinning shaft isn't coming out. Like it'd be on the inside of this pipe, so I need to go through the back. All right, we got some more stuff to think about. I'm gonna close the door up again so the lighting's better. Yeah. Cheapest rotating joints on McMaster car are $375. That's about what I was noticing, and that's why I thought the Teflon tube idea was the best way to start, especially because those rotating joints, they may or may not be resistant to the solvent that I'm using. And maybe I want to feed multiple types of solvent into them because maybe I'm not completely settled on using the PLA. Maybe I'll want to try other plastics to make these fibers out of. And yeah, if I'm stuck buying $375 joints for every experiment I want to do, that's not going to work for me. Yeah, I think Teflon tube, even if, so the worst that could happen is that a little bit of a leak of the plastic solution comes out of the back of this pipe. Who cares? It's not it's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, so I think it'll be fine. Boy, I'm happy with this piece. I think that this we did a good job today with your guys' input. We made a nice piece of this thing. And I learned a few lessons, like make this whole thing out of one piece of copper next time, so that I don't have a third joint in here. But even so, it worked fine. Yeah, that's a heck of a thing. Well, everybody, I still have more to do on this project, but it is currently, holy smokes, it is currently 4:15 in the afternoon, and I have not had lunch. I think that I need to call this the end of the live stream. Hey, thank you everyone for being here. I'm not sure if I'll jump on a live stream again for the next part of this build, but of course, you'll see the finished version of it in the next video on the main channel. Well, maybe I'll jump on tomorrow for another live stream, or possibly not tomorrow. I'm watching my son tomorrow. My mom and my wife's mom have been picking up a lot of the slack with watching our kid while I'm out here in the workshop. So tomorrow I will not have anyone to help watch him, so I will be hanging out with him and maybe we'll get back to it on Wednesday. Get back to this build a little bit if I don't continue on without you. And yeah, we did good. I think that we could maybe make a practice of building things on the live streams now that I know that we can actually accomplish something together, and it's not just something. I was worried that it would be too distracting for me to actually get any work done to be on the live stream, but we did it, and I'm pretty happy with that. Hey, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I'll talk to you on Patreon. If you want to leave comments on here afterwards, I'll read those and see your comments on Patreon as well. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye.